So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy L, and I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute, man. So, listen, man, y'all still out here wilding out, opening these boxes that you're just ordering from people on a dark web or different places. Like, stop. And to be honest with you, I thought about this type of stuff when I was down in New Orleans. And yes, you still got to hear me talk about New Orleans for like another week, because that was my first experience. And it was amazing. And now the group that I went with talking about running it back for a second time. So I don't know, maybe, maybe not. But while we were there on, I want to say it was on at the French Quarter, they had people outside doing tarot card readings and palm readings and stuff like that. And people that I was in the group with were getting in line, and they looked at me and I was like, you know how when somebody look at you to see if you next, and you don't give them the eye contact, I'm just looking away from them. Like, nah, fam. No, bro. Nah, I'm not doing that, man. Leave Pandora's box closed. I don't want to know. I don't need to know. When it happens, it'll happen. No. So that made me think about this. But the video we're getting into is the top 10 curse boxes that should have stayed shut. Should have stayed shut. You heard that, right? Should have stayed shut. Just like they should have left those palm readings and tarot cards alone. All right. So if you're new to the channel, man, hit the subscribe button, join the fam. Let's check it out.
What's up, people? Hope you're having an awesome day. I'm your host, Hassan, and welcome back to another video here at Most Amazing Top 10. Cursed boxes, you guys, it's a popular thing. People are ordering them on eBay, on Amazon. Honestly, people are doing the most for these wretched boxes, and for what? To either scare the living guts out of themselves or to release a trapped Dybbuk spirit into their house because they're in need of a roommate. Either way, these are the top 10 cursed boxes that should have stayed shut, part 2. Starting us off with number 10 is My Friend. This one's from Redditor unknown_writer_00, who had a channel where he would film himself unbox mystery boxes from the dark web. The story ended up being the last one he ever ordered. He was nearly outbid for it, so he assumed it had to be a good box, and he finally got it in the end. When he opened it, it was filled with ripped up newspaper and the smell of absolute just rottenness. He pulled out a squishy garbage bag, and inside of it was a white Ziploc bag with some sort of plaid material inside of it. The smell was vomit worthy at this point, and written on the bag was smell of death, and now the user was like, should I even be filming this? What if it gets worse? Inside the plaid shirt.
No, absolutely. You need to film all of that. You opening it, you ordering it, you receiving it, everything. Film that. So when they knock at your door, the police, and you got this body or this pungent odor of some death, they're not looking at you.
It was a cassette tape that the user began listening to after throwing the shirt away. The tape was of a crackly man's voice saying he hoped he was happy with the mystery box and how a homeless man died near his house, and instead of reporting it, the man befriended the corpse. He'd been dead for a few days since bloody foam was coming out of his mouth, and that he was wearing the shirt in the Ziploc bag. The tape went on saying the man would visit the corpse every day, talking to it, and either way, the website the user bought the box from was taken down a few days later, and I think that was definitely the right move. Like, that is so screwed up. I don't even want to imagine what this guy was hearing on this tape. It's like 13 Reasons Why Dark Web Edition. I don't know. Coming in at number 9 is The Smoke. YouTuber Dark Arts TV ordered a Dybbuk box off the internet and thought it would be fitting to drive to an abandoned house and sneak inside and make a pentagram out of salt on the ground, light candles at its points, and then put the box in the middle, because we all want to do that. Inside the box was a real chicken's foot that seemed like it had been cut off quite a long time ago, mud, salt, and some black feather of some kind hiding in the mud. When they looked around the house more, they found a dead black crow near the pentagram, which had been dead for a while, but I mean, it also begs the question, was it just a coincidence? Is there a link there? I don't really know. The scariest part of the video was the smoke, though. They had a flashlight.
So if you ever got to ask yourself those questions, is this a coincidence? Whatever that box unleashed, it started now. It's starting now.
pointing up at the ceiling, just sitting there so, you know, they'd at least have some light in the house. And in the beam, smoke started appearing all throughout the beam. And I'm talking, it was twisting, making unnatural shapes all within the beam, and was twisting and just going around like it had a mind of its own. And keep in mind, it wasn't dust smoke, it was proper smoke that came out of nowhere, died for a few seconds, and then came back stronger. Even sheep started gathering outside the house's window. It was all very, very strange. They then asked if there was someone with them in the room. Could they make themselves known by touching one of the friends there? And one immediately had a sharp shooting pain in her back. Now that could have easily just been back pain, but after seeing the smoke, the crow, the bloody sheep, I just believed her straight out. I mean, you know,
Well, that could have been like, with the ghost poking like a knife in your back and you feeling like it's pain, but he actually stabbing you. Ah!
things are messed up when sheep are gathering around you, seriously. At number 8, we have the backpack. YouTuber Derek Gerard decided to be part of the Deep Web Challenge and order a mystery box off the dark web as well, and surprisingly his box was massive and everything was actually really well packed. Whoever sent it, your mum raised you right. Either way, the first few things he finds are some knives, but one particular one had the Nazi swastika on it and had old black stains on the blade which kind of looked like dry blood, but I'm not too sure. He next finds an old cord phone that had all its buttons smashed or broken, including the screen of the device, but the only number that was perfectly left intact was the number 6. Now, who is associated with the number 6? The devil, my friends, that's who. They next found a weird doll and a pink children's backpack. And backpacks like these have been in many mystery boxes. I don't know if that's terrifying or just a theme we have going on, but we'll just go with it. Inside, they found 2 little sneakers, a few dolls, and a letter written from the child's mum saying, "Have a good first day at school, my little angel." First day. Now I'm just worried this girl got abducted or something, but then after the next thing they got, I'm like, maybe she got murdered. They were also sent an urn with someone's ashes inside of it, which they refused to open further. And the final thing was a voodoo doll with a bunch of pins in it. Now I don't know who the voodoo doll is connected to, but they've been pricked many freaking times, so God be with you. Filling on number 7 slot are the lights. Now this one is...
Oh, that could have been what was hurting that person's back, like a few, what was it, number 6, number for whatever number it was, and the girl was complaining like she felt a sharp pain. Could have been a voodoo doll. See, you never know, bro. And after my experience down there, I don't put nothing past anybody.
Was included in part 1 as well, where the YouTuber MindSeedTV ordered a debug box online. Using an EMF detector on it, he realized it would beep uncontrollably near the box, so I mean that should say enough about what kind of malicious spirit was inside. It was sealed with red candle wax, and as soon as he opened it, the EMF detector stopped beeping around the box, implying the spirit had been released. After that, a weird tapping sound starts, and a minute later his YouTube plaque falls off the wall and he freaks out and leaves the house. But in his second video about it, he goes back home to see what the room looks like a day after. And mind you, no one has been inside his house after he left. He finds strange white scratches on top of the box that weren't there before. The disgusting odor is very much still in the room, and the next day his TV stops working even though it was completely fine before the box opened. The user himself felt uncomfortable while the TV was malfunctioning, almost as if he was being watched by something. Then something else started happening. Now he always turns off the lights before leaving the house, and on 2 occasions the red lights in his recording studio were on when he got back, even though he made sure beforehand he had definitely turned them off. And there was a weird shadow also moving in the room behind the curtains, but the clearest sign was when he straight up asked if there was a spirit in the room, and a knock came from inside his bathroom door, and then it started slowly closing. Mind you, he actually goes in and shows us that there's no one in the bathroom, but it still happened, and something or some spirit must have caused it. Now at number 6 is the photo album. YouTuber Juskinho ordered a mystery box off the dark web, and the contents were definitely not for the faint-hearted. The box itself was actually low-key actually nice. It was a wooden rounded crate that had Paris written on it and fake Paris postal stamps on it, so it kind of looked like something you'd get from Accessorize. Inside he found a MacBook Air which wouldn't turn on, an old voice recorder, a used retainer which is disgusting, dominoes and chess pieces, and he found a super old camera that wouldn't turn on either, but he managed to get the SD card out of it. But the weirdest thing he found was a photo album. On the cover it was actually a picture featured in my cursed paintings video, which was a colored drawing of a haunting woman with huge eyes and a long neck. The picture was meant to give the onlooker suicidal thoughts, and inside the album he found aerial shots of some buildings, which is, I mean, fine, it's not weird. But as the album went on, the pictures got more zoomed in, and he realized he had actually live streamed from this building a few weeks ago. He had gotten chased out of there by 6 guys, and the whole album was just this location, which was creepy since buyers and sellers are anonymous. On the SD card, it was just blurry pictures of everything in the box. I mean, I was really hoping it was going to be more screwed up than that, but alas, it wasn't. Coming in at number 5 is PD. YouTuber Jake Weber opened a Dybbuk box in an empty park with his friends, and I don't know why people are still doing this. Honestly, has no one learned? Really, has no one learned? Anyway, on the wooden box itself, inscribed on top was "for the benefit of the borrower" in Hebrew, and on one side of it said the Holy Bible, and on the other side it said misfortune. On the bottom of the box it said "a man who is not a god but a devil," which I think is referring to either the spirit in the box or the person who would open it. The wax seal on the lock was even sliding off, and the wax sealing the sides was almost coming out from the inside, almost like the Dybbuk itself was trying to escape itself somehow. I mean, good on you for trying. When they finally got the box open, Jake started coughing uncontrollably straight away, like the spirit jumped inside of him. Because, you know, they attach themselves to either people or objects, so I mean, it could have dove straight in. Inside the box was a burnt black and white picture of someone's house with a person at the front of it, a dead flower, and a bunch of rocks and gemstones. In the second box they opened, there was a black and white picture.
Hey, y'all, the first group of people still had gloves on. There's still people opening these boxes without gloves on. That is, I don't understand that part.
Of 3 kids, and the mum is in the picture, but she's blurry and out of focus almost, and on the back of all the pictures, the initials PD were written. They found a candle in the second one, as well as an old white cotton coaster that looked like tapestry almost. The kids in the photos looked miserable, and the Dybbuk is probably one of them or their mum. Honestly, those are my guesses. At number 4 is the Christ box. YouTuber MindCTV posted a video unboxing a mystery box off the dark web, and I included that in part 1. And after that, he got so many anonymous messages telling him to take his video down. This time his friend bought a box and he decided to unbox it with the YouTuber. The first thing they found was an old cash register of sorts that had the paper roll poking out. As they pulled out the paper, things like "he got what he deserved" and "she was mine" were found written on the paper. They next found a VCR tape that said "watch me."
What does that sound like to you? Got what he deserved. Huh? Now you are officially a part of a murder.
On it, which they definitely didn't, and then a drawing of a man with 3 kids that said "liar" on it, and on the back of that it had something taped to it that the men honestly thought could be a bomb. Now I definitely think that's far-fetched, but I mean,
whoa, I didn't even think about that, bro. I didn't even think about you actually receiving an explosive device or something like that. I didn't even think about that. That just adds a whole nother element of terror to these mystery boxes, fam. Y'all be careful.
It is the dark web, so anything is possible. They also found a picture of a pope with his eyes blacked out and a tiny kid's folder that said Father Tim on the front, and inside it had the names of different kids like Christine, Sarah, Megan, Jeffrey, and one name was weirdly blacked out. In one of the folder's sections was a picture of a mum and her kid, and the final few things were a metal cross, a pastor's jacket, and a wooden cross in the pocket of the jacket. There were even 4 die with words on them. One dice had pronouns like she, he, they. The other had words like is, was, etc. The third had words like big, small, red, black. And the fourth had words like girl, dead, and love. So it was a bit of a puzzle in terms of which 4 words went together to tell the story of the box, but what a loaded box it was. Religiously themed, but loaded. Filling our number 3 slot is the little girl. YouTuber Juskinho was DM'd by a subscriber saying he moved into a new house and found a Dybbuk box in his attic. He sent it to the YouTuber for his video, and the whole thing was just creepy. The first thing he found was a small vase that looked like it had a dry, bloody thumbprint on it or some kind of red stain. Inside of it were ashes, which was just weird. I mean, it wasn't an urn, so why were there ashes inside? He also found 2 tiny black kids' shoes, after which his camera just fell. There's no reason it should have fallen. He even confirmed that, but it did, and afterwards his camera just wouldn't focus on the box. He readjusted a bunch of times, but something was just not letting it focus. Just as he finally got it to focus and sat back down, he heard glass shattering in another room. When he followed the sound, he realized the spirit had knocked over a picture of him and his partner, and it was smashed onto the ground. The wind didn't knock it over since the window was closed, and that was the only thing that was knocked over, so if it was wind, a lot more things would have fallen down. The YouTuber YouTuber starts freaking out trying to figure out how it happened when really the answer is plain and simple right in front of you. The last thing in the box was a picture of a little girl, assuming the shoes were hers too, and she is most likely the spirit he just released into his house, so good luck with that one. Now at number 2 is
I hope you wanted a roommate.
TJ. Redditor I'm a Throwaway 32 wanted to unbox a mystery box from the dark web on YouTube but had no idea how to get on there, so he asked someone on Discord and was messaged by a user called MRCC. They had a back and forth conversation and he ended up giving the user his friend TJ's address for the box to be delivered to. When it got there, obviously
Yo, that was dirty. Why you gonna know? Give him your address, not your friend's address. That's dirty.
Giving the user his friend TJ's address for the box to be delivered to. When it got there, obviously TJ was pissed because now some random deep web person knew his address, but the user calmed him down a bit and TJ filmed the user while he opened the box. Inside, they found a wristband that said all day past Santa Cruz Boardwalk. They found one guitar string and a birthday card that said happy 10th birthday Danny, love you always, mom. The user was pissed the box was a bust despite MRCC promising a terrifying one. MRCC messaged him the next day asking him about the box and he said, don't worry friend, the next box is coming today, and he was like, what next box? Either way, it showed up at TJ's house again, but he wasn't home, but this time the box had the user's real name and address on it. Red flag number 1. Inside the box was a burner cell phone that had 2 contacts on it. Call
Whoa.
first and call second.
Are y'all calling that number? Are y'all calling it? Are y'all no, ain't no way. Ain't no way. I'm not, no. I'd have found some random person or somebody, anybody but me. I'm not calling those numbers.
Called the first number and it was TJ's voicemail, and then MRCC started talking, asking, what do you think, friend? The user was pissed and MRCC replied saying friends don't lie to each other, implying he lied to him about his real address by giving him TJ's. He kept asking if the user had uploaded the first video onto YouTube, and if he hadn't, he really should because there were more boxes coming his way. Again, where is TJ? No one knows. And finally, at number 1 is the house. YouTube channel Oh My Gosh TV bought a Dybbuk box but was actually just gonna bury it. His friend Joe was the one who decided to open it, and not just open it in an old Jewish family home that is known to be haunted. Because why? Why not act Storm Joe? Go ahead. This is why people can't have nice things, people. This is why. While Omar showed us what was inside the Dybbuk box, he heard a massive sound from the other room, and it turns out the spirit had knocked over a door that was propped up against the wall. Clearly pushed by a ghost or the Dybbuk, I don't really know. He then
That you let in the house.
asked if anyone was there with him, after which he heard another sound, which was the spirit knocking over a stepladder, and then the chandeliers of 2 rooms started shaking and moving, which is never a good sign. Every time it's happened in a movie, never a good sign. Inside the box itself is an old black and white photo of a family, and when Omar tries to show us what's inside again, a chair comes sliding across the room. It was in the hallway outside the room, and I kid you not, it just slides across. The cherry on top is the fact Omar had locked the front door to this house, and when he revisits it, he finds it not only unlocked, but actually open. So at that point, you're like, well, were those things happening real, or did someone just sneak into the house and do that? I'm not too sure. Point being, I don't know why or how he'd be in that already haunted house by himself with a newly released Dybbuk spirit. Nothing about that sounds appealing. Nothing at all. And that's it for today's video, guys. I think I've heard enough about deep web mystery box.
It's still crazy. Where is your friend at? And I'm talking about, what was it, number 2? Yeah. Where's your friend? You got the cell phone with these numbers in it, and he knows you gave him the wrong address. Look what you done stepped into. Look what you done started. Now, like, that, oof, no way, homie. I don't need that stress in my life. Not for some box, some random box. No. People are crazy, bro. And you give them an address, then they'll research, then they'll go, like, no. And that was dirty of him to even give his friend, like, y'all ain't friends. You can't be friends. If y'all friends, my definition of friend is changing because I clearly don't understand that one. That would have pissed me off if you did that. What? Why are you sending to mom, bro? Yeah. We'd have more than words. That's all I'm gonna say. That is all I'm gonna say. Yeah. That would have went horribly for him. Horribly. Yeah. But y'all get at me in the comment section, man. Let me know what you think. This was the top 10 curse boxes that should have stayed shut, man. Leave Pandora's box closed. All right. Final words. It's your boy L. Till the next reaction, I'm gone. Peace. So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy L, and I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute, man. Salute to everybody who reached out, bro. Checking in on me, man. Yes, I'm good. I'm good. Just was a little bit, you know what I mean? A little bit under the weather, man, but it wasn't nothing crazy. I went and got checked out. It wasn't that either. So, man, I just appreciate everybody checking on me, man. Appreciate it. So, listen, next video, you know what time it is, man. Scary hours. This is 30 scary videos you should not watch on your own. But we're not gonna listen. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna watch it anyway. And I need y'all to make sure the house is secure, doors is locked, windows is secure, let the lights down low. Get right. Let's check it out. What the?
If you're alone right now, grab a buddy, because these are 30 scary videos you should not watch on your own. Number 30, Classroom Quake. School is the last place most people want to be in general, but in a crisis, there's an added layer of angst. Published by the Anchorage School District in December of 2018, a classroom security camera.
Yo, that's gotta be like traumatizing. I could never, like, I've never been in an earthquake situation, man. Knock on anything right now. And I just imagine that being one of the scariest things to, like, the ground that you walk on every day is shaking. Like, fam, that would mess me up.
Captured the scary magnitude 7.1 quake as it hit Anchorage, Alaska on November 30th of that same year at about 8:30 in the morning. The video shows the room and its objects start to tremble as the camera begins to shake. Coached for such an event, the students know what to do as they jump under their desks without any prompting from the teacher, who ducks under a desk as well. The projector shakes the most aggressively, while objects are seen falling from the desks and walls. The power goes out for a moment and you can hear the teacher trying to keep the students calm. Cover your mouth with your shirt. After the initial quaking comes to an end, the teacher tells the kids to remain under the desks.
Everybody okay?
Aftershock.
Stay underneath the table.
Aftershock.
While the fire alarm goes off and the students retreat from the classroom. More than 80 aftershocks followed throughout the day, with 3 reaching magnitudes of 5.0 or greater. One of them occurred just 6 minutes after this original quake. Way to keep calm and carry on. No.
Bro, that was the closest I've ever been to something like that. And I'm not even there, and I can tell you that scares me. That's terrifying. You know what I'm saying? That's super terrifying right there. And imagine being a parent away from your child and this is going on, and you're pretty much rendered helpless. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing you could do but sit, wait it out, and then try to get to your kid. That's scary.
Number 29, Ghost Ship. In early January, the Royal Thai Navy encountered a real ghost ship near an oil rig in the Gulf of Thailand. The derelict cargo ship was found drifting about 90 nautical miles off of the island of Koh Samui. A patrol boat was set to offer assistance, but when it arrived, it found a 260-foot unmanned freighter full of rust The ship looked on the verge of sinking. The patrol boat is seen in the video posted to the Royal Thai Navy Facebook page arriving alongside the creepy ghost ship in the middle of the night. A boarding team was ordered to investigate and found the freighter had heavy damage and was flooding. It also appeared to have been abandoned in a hurry or was perhaps looted after it was abandoned, as items were strewn about inside. In trying to salvage the vessel and investigate further, the team pumped enough water out of it to enter the engine room, but in the end the vessel could not be saved as it sank while they attempted to tow it, sending all further clues as to its origins 90 feet to the bottom of the ocean. The ghost vessel had no identifying documentation, making its origins a complete mystery. Number 28, color changing star, posted to the r/chills narrator subreddit. Redditor The Cheese is Moist writes, "If I'm tripping, then don't come at me in the comments, but is that star changing colors?" In the video, he zooms in on a star in the distance. The closer the zoom, the more clear it is that the star is rapidly changing colors. I've never seen a star ever do this before. Is it a satellite? Or is there something more nefarious at play here? Number 27, Pyromaniac Poltergeist. Things are getting out of hand with this Pyro Poltergeist, published by Memoria Sobrenatural Inc. in December of 2021. The spirits first make their presence known in this haunted place via EMF meter. The crew tries to communicate with the spirits and the window shutter slowly opens, perhaps to distract from the fire being set behind them. When they leave the building, they see a dark figure cross a doorway in the firelight. Later, they're back inside and they hear clinking. And then a loud bang.
Bump that. Where's the fire? What happened to the... Did y'all put it out?
The flame they lit earlier goes out suddenly. Then, as they attempt to detect a presence using the EMF meter, the spirits send them up in flames. Do you think this team finally got the message? This poltergeist couldn't be any clearer. He wants them gone. I don't think I'd...
Yeah, he either wants them gone or gone. The way he's sending fire towards them.
ever go back to that place.
Ever.
Number 26, procrastinating poltergeists. It seems these poltergeists have left their group project until the last minute. Published by Amar Ajola in September of 2014. This scary video caught some paranormal activity in a computer lab in Delhi's Karkardoma court. The footage shows a man sitting in a computer lab. He appears to be waiting to capture some strange activity on his camera, and then it happens. One computer monitor turns on, after another. They each turn on in their own time across the lab. No one else is in the room, so the mysterious behavior of the monitors is unnerving. Some think it's a prank using remote activation. Others think it's a ghost programmer needing to complete a project. Many note the orb activity in the video. Are these the entities that are present? It's certainly seeming that way to me. Number 25, Supernatural Sleepwalker. This sleepwalker has a few tricks up his sleeve. Published to the Thai channel Haunted Before Bed, this security footage captures a sleepwalker's misadventures overnight.
Have y'all ever known somebody who sleepwalk? I don't think I've ever known anyone who's ever like possibly been a sleepwalker before. I don't know. And I don't even know how I would react to it. That's just something that just, you know what I'm saying, popped in my mind, like, sleepwalking. You're not really present in what you're doing.
And they're scarier than you can even imagine. The sleepwalker is seen standing over his bedmate, then sitting straight.
See, like that situation there. You wake up, you see somebody standing over your bed. Naturally, you're gonna be like, what's going on here? You're gonna be pissed. You might even swing on them. Something might happen. But do you blame? Is that person really there? Are they sleepwalking? How do you know? That's confusing.
straight up in bed. A little later, he is posed strangely like he's dancing. Another room security camera captures him standing over a table, staring at it for a moment. Then he reaches his arm towards a water bottle on the far end of the table. This is where things get truly creepy. His arm stretches like Gumby to grab the bottle, and then retracts to a normal length. Later, as he sits back in bed, an arm reaches out from under the bed. This time, it's not his Gumby arm, it's someone else's. A couple of guys are shown sleeping in another room at around 2:40 in the morning, when suddenly a woman's scream is heard. They both get up from bed to investigate, and as they do, they hear a crashing sound like broken glass.
Some of y'all would have played sleep like y'all ain't hear it. Let the other person get up and go investigate. If he survived, then you may get up. Something happened to him, you going out that window. It's a wrap.
They open the door to find the bed empty of its 2 occupants, and a human-like figure crouched on a windowsill, its eyes glowing as it looks at them. The figure then jumps from the 2nd floor. The cameraman races to the window, but only darkness reigns. What was this figure? And where did the sleepwalker and his roommate go? It's a twisted nightmare in the making. Number 24, Battle of the Jinn. When a Jinn comes to play, it's generally gloves off. Published by Hassan Barbar in June of 2021. This scary video was filmed inside a not-so-abandoned building. The building alone is frightening, but when Hassan arrives at this room, it becomes more so.
So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy L, and I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute, man. And shouts out to everybody who's still dealing with snow right now, man. You know what I mean? I'm sending y'all my prayers, bro. I'm sending y'all my prayers. That was one thing I was worried about when I was away out of town. I kept getting alerts to my phone talking about possibly snow, so I'm worried about coming home to snow. I'm like, I don't need that. You know what I mean? I was avoiding that, but hopefully y'all keeping it safe. Y'all still being safe, and don't drive if you don't need to. All right. This is 20 times Mother Nature got angry on camera. It's one person you don't want angry. It's Mother Nature.
Yeah, it's best not to act up unless you want your raging face becoming some kind of embarrassing meme all over the internet.
Wow.
But nature doesn't seem to care. Mother Nature will get in a pretty intense rage sometimes. And she doesn't care who's looking, or if she destroys an entire city or something. From the horrific tsunami to Japan's deadly earthquake, here's 20 times Mother Nature got angry on camera. Number 20. Tsunami 2004 caught on camera. In 2004, an earthquake and a tsunami struck the Indian Ocean off the west coast of northern Sumatra, Indonesia, at 7:58:53 local time on December 26th. It was a massive underwater megathrust earthquake with a magnitude of 9.1 to 9.3 MW.
See, that's what scares me about one day having like a vacation home and being at that vacation home and right there on the water, bro.
And a Mercalli rating of 9 in certain regions. There was
that a person just standing there?
And a Mercalli rating of 9 in certain regions.
I don't think it was. I don't think that was. I hope it wasn't.
There was a fault breach between the Burma Plate and Indian Plate that resulted in a massive earthquake. Enormous tsunami waves reached 30 meters high as they
Okay, I think I saw what that just was. It wasn't a person. Whew.
approached the coast from the offshore earthquake activity. Nearby Indian Ocean communities were destroyed, and an estimated 227,898 people were killed by tsunamis in 14 nations, making it one of the worst natural catastrophes in recorded history. As a direct result, living conditions and trade in coastal provinces of surrounding nations, such as Indonesia's Aceh, Sri Lanka, India's Tamil Nadu, and Thailand's Khao Lak, were severely disrupted. The greatest number of people have been killed in Banda Aceh. Between 8 and 10 minutes of faulting were reported in this quake that was third biggest ever recorded and greatest in the 21st century. 10 millimeters of tremors rippled the Earth's surface and generated earthquakes in Alaska. The epicenter of the quake occurred between Simulu.
Look at all those people's lives, bro. Everything they probably have worked for, man. That's devastating.
And mainland Sumatra. There was a worldwide humanitarian reaction with donations totaling more than $14 billion US in response to the distress of the afflicted people and countries. Before we go on, like this video, smash the subscribe button, and click the notification bell right now, or this centipede will crawl on your face when you're sleeping. Time for the rare topic. These terrifying images show Typhoon Vangfang, which struck China recently. What could have caused these walls of solid water to rise up and hit the coast like that? Most people think it was weather, but some have suggested that a secret underwater base blew up, causing all kinds of problems in the sea. What kind of underwater weirdness could have made this happen?
What is that yellow? What is that? A chemical?
Then, what do you think about these images? Real or fake? Remember to comment down below with the hashtag #RareTopic and let us know your opinion in relation to what we just showed on screen. And now, to the next topic. Number 19. Earthquakes in Japan 2019. At the epicenter of Tsuruoka, Yamagata, a magnitude 6.4 earthquake rocked the Hokuriku area on June 18, 2019. There was also a tsunami warning in place. The Sea of Japan, a region of oceanic crust formed by back arcs spreading from the late Oligocene to the Middle Miocene, is located on the northwestern edge of Honshu. There were NS trending extensional faults and basins connected with the spreading tectonics. Compression from east to west along the
Wow, do you see that building? Yo! Oh, man. You talking about somebody who was just, oh my gosh, bro, I was just on the 68th floor of a building. If y'all saw that picture I posted on Instagram with the Atlanta sweater, and you can see the city behind me, TMG4LYFE. That's my Instagram. Look at that picture, bro. I'm on the 68th floor. So seeing this right here, I mean, what do you do at that point?
Convergent boundary between Amur and Okhotsk plates occurs in this region. These faults have been reactivated in the opposite direction as a result of their north-south direction. A similar mechanism was responsible for the 1964 Niigata quake, 1983 Sea of Japan quake, and 1993 Hokkaido earthquake. A tsunami warning was issued for 3 Japanese prefectures after a magnitude 6.4 earthquake. In Niigata, a 10-centimeter high tsunami was recorded. A total of 149 residents in Akita, Nagata, and Yamagata prefectures were damaged by the earthquake. A total of 26 persons were hurt, most of them by falling debris. The East Nippon Expressway Company has closed sections of the Nihonkai Thoku Expressway and the Yamagata Expressway. In Murakami, a section of the National Route 345 was obstructed by fallen debris. Number 18. Hurricane Michael at Panama City Beach. When Hurricane Michael struck the contiguous United States, it became the first Category 5 hurricane to hit the country since 1992's Hurricane Andrew. Besides that, Hurricane Camille was the third most powerful Atlantic hurricane to make landfall in the contiguous United States in terms of pressure. It was the first Category 5 hurricane to hit the Florida Panhandle, the fourth strongest hurricane to make landfall in the contiguous United States, and the most severe hurricane to hit the United States in October. When Hurricane Michael developed on October 1st, it was the 13th named storm, 7th hurricane, and 2nd major hurricane of the 2018 Atlantic hurricane season. After almost a week of sluggish development, the disturbance was upgraded to a tropical depression on October 7th. By the next day, Hurricane Michael was formed near the western coast of Cuba and was moving north. When Hurricane Gonzalo made landfall in the Gulf of Mexico on October 9th, it had already become a major hurricane. On October 10th, Michael became the first Category 5 hurricane to make landfall in the Florida Panhandle, and the most powerful storm of the season when it made landfall near Mexico Beach, Florida. The storm had maximum sustained winds of 160 miles per hour. It is estimated that at least 74 people were killed, and 59 of the deaths occurring within the United States and 15 occurring in Central America. Approximately $25.1 billion in damages have been attributed to Michael. Number 17. Typhoon Jebi hits Osaka, Japan, September 4th, 2018. It was the most expensive typhoon in Japan's history in terms of insured damages, known as Typhoon Jebi or Typhoon Number 21. After a tropical storm developed south of Wake Island on August 26th, Jebi became the 21st typhoon in the 28 Pacific typhoon season. When it moved westward on August 29th, Jebi swiftly grew into a typhoon, and as it passed over the northern Marina Islands on August 30th, it intensified even more rapidly. A Category 5 equivalent typhoon, Jebi reached its peak strength on August 31st. There have not been any typhoons like Jebi to hit Japan since Yancy in 1993, leaving a huge impact on the Kansai area. Damage to roughly 98,000 homes and power outages for almost 3 million consumers were caused by the typhoon's tremendous gusts, which smashed wind records at 100 Japanese meteorological sites. Over 700 homes were flooded, and numerous shrines and historical structures were damaged as a result of heavy rainfall, wind, and storm surges. Damage to agriculture, forestry, and fisheries have been estimated at about $430 million US as a result of the extreme weather. Number 16. Flash flood caught on camera, Little Wild Horse Slot Canyon. The same unusual geological features that draw tourists to the stunning.
So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy Ellen. I'm back, baby. Still working on my New Orleans accent, but you know what I mean? But what's good with y'all, man? Welcome back to the channel. And tonight, man, we're back with another true crime documentary. All right. This is the top 3 scary CCTV videos with disturbing stories. All right. Shout outs to Explore With Us. You know they always come with the heat. So I'm ready. Are you ready? Is you ready? All right. I think I just got a little bit of, I'm super excited. So I got a little bit of juice on my laptop just then came out my mouth. You know what I mean? When I get excited, stuff just go in. But you know what I mean. Let's get to it. If you're new, hit the subscribe button, join the fam, and check these stories out. Let's get pissed. Disclaimer.
What is up, EWU crew? CCTV cameras sometimes capture shocking and unexpected incidents. And when footage is recovered from moments when people thought nobody was watching, it often proves to be critical.
Y'all saw that? I be on it, bro. Did he just reach and grab her bag like it wasn't nothing, or did something?
When people thought nobody was watching, it often proves to be critical evidence, which helps solve crimes. Today, we are exploring 3 surprising cases that all were remarkably caught on video by CCTV. The first case we have for you today is one that is chilling and just might have you looking over your shoulder. At 5:35 a.m. on Wednesday, February 17th, 2021, fire and emergency services were called about an enormous blaze in the community of Georgetown in Halton Hills, Ontario, Canada. By the time that the first responders finally arrived on the scene, half of the house was almost totally engulfed in fire. A neighbor across the street from the blaze took cell phone footage which shows the extent of the flames.
Like, I know I gotta get into like my little firefighter zone, right? It's still in me. As a matter of fact, before this video, I was talking with one of my guys I used to work with at the fire department. But looking at this house, man, if you back it up, first thing I was looking at, bro, you pull up.
Almost totally engulfed in fire. A neighbor.
Look at that right there. You pull up on scene right there, fam. First thing I'm doing, I'm looking at exposures, bro. This house is fully engulfed. Now you got to protect the neighbors' homes. So this is the type of stuff firefighters have to think about, bro. They got to get in between that and protect that house on this side and on that side, fam. And fight defensive. You know what I mean? So, my bad, but back to the story.
Across the street from the blaze took cell phone footage which shows the extent of the flames. Once the fire was completely extinguished, investigators probed further through the wreckage. Within the house, they made a gruesome discovery. 2 people were found dead. Their bodies were reportedly found in the garage, which had been completely consumed by the fire. Though the police purportedly didn't initially release whose bodies had been found within the house, neighbors said that Christina and Andrew Rarick were the homeowners, and it was later confirmed that the couple were the ones who had died in the blaze. The Raricks, 56-year-old Christina and 59-year-old Andrew, were described as being friendly and a very nice couple. Andrew was reportedly a manager at the Boiler Inspection and Insurance Company of Canada. The tragedy had been witnessed by many in the area. A neighbor reportedly said that they believed it looked like the fire had started in the garage before the flames spread to other parts of the house. Another neighbor said that they saw the blaze begin around 5:30 a.m. and it burned for around 10 to 15 minutes before the flames covered one side of the house. At first, the fire seemed to be a tragic but unfortunate accident, but not everything was as it seemed. One of the Rarick's neighbors had a private security camera, and it caught something particularly chilling that happened the night just before the fire on Tuesday, February 16th. At 6:24 p.m., the homeowner's vehicle is seen pulling up to their driveway. A dark figure can be seen standing along the side of the house. The moment the car passes into the garage, the figure steps into the garage right behind it. The driver of the vehicle, assumed to be Christina or Andrew, does not appear to be aware that someone has gone into the garage with them.
Yo, that's crazy. Because one of the things I always do, fam, when we get out of our vehicle, we back our vehicle in the garage and we get ready to shut the garage door, I'm always watching. Because I feel like stuff like that can happen. Wait till I show Queen. I got to show Queen this because she be looking at me like I'm crazy sometimes. But I watch the garage shut all the way to the floor, like all the way to the ground before I turn my back to it. Because people will slide in on you. And then I'll check the other side of the vehicle just to make sure. People will duck inside of you, inside and come in and be squatting on you, waiting on you, plotting on you.
As they can be seen getting out of the vehicle and going into the house while the figure stands along the passenger side, hiding from view. Just as the garage door starts to lower, the figure appears to bend or hunch over, either looking into the passenger window of the car or ducking out of the sight line of whoever had been driving the vehicle. The neighbor who caught the shocking footage had initially contacted the CP24 Toronto news outlet with the footage, before a news anchor there urged them to take the video to the police as potential evidence. Another neighbor with a surveillance camera captured the exact moment that the garage blaze began. In mere moments, the fire can be seen starting in the garage before spreading. Along with the CCTV video evidence, the post-mortem examinations conducted on Christina and Andrew's bodies appeared to reveal something suspicious as the police began investigating their exact cause of death. Reportedly, though this has yet to be confirmed officially, the bodies were not found to have any smoke residue in their lungs, which would be
Wow.
expected.
That's odd. When a lot of times most people die from smoke inhalation before the fire ever gets to their bodies. So that's odd, extremely odd.
Not found to have any smoke residue in their lungs, which would be expected if they had died in the fire. It has been noted that the house itself had a lot of exits, such as multiple doors and windows that the couple could have used to escape the fire, but that neither of them did, leading some to believe that they had died before the fire started, and that the blaze was set intentionally to hide whatever crime had occurred at the residence. It seems that what was thought to be an accidental fire was no accident at all. It has now been deemed as suspicious, and homicide detectives have taken over the investigation of both the fire and the deaths of Christina and Andrew. The figure who entered the home through the garage hours before the fire has yet to be identified. However, the police have released that they believed that the suspect drove a new, white, mid-sized SUV into the neighborhood before they entered the garage. If it wasn't for the neighbor's camera, the police may have had no idea that the fire might have been caused by suspicious activity. Anyone with information about the vehicle or its occupant is asked to call police at 905-825-4776. The next case we have.
And see, a lot of people be like, well, how y'all don't investigate every fire? They do. They don't investigate every fire, the ones that look like it. So this one, they probably didn't feel like there was a reason to contact an arson investigator because they might have just thought the fire started and took the couple out and then spread throughout the house. But now with that footage, now you bring the arson investigators in and they can come in and they can look at origins of fire, where it started from. It'll give certain patterns to lead them directly to possibly where it started at. You know what I'm saying? And then they can build further on that. But yeah, they don't automatically just contact an arson investigator if they don't have one in house and have them come look at it off the bat.
Have in store for you today is shocking, to say the least. But the CCTV footage involved is something no one ever expected to capture on film. Over the years of 2009 and 2010, the city of Bradford in West Yorkshire, England, was terrorized by a string of murders. It was one shocking mistake that eventually led to the arrest of a man who had brutally killed 3 women by the time he was stopped. Born on December 24th, 1969, Stephen Sean Griffiths appeared to be setting up a life of crime from the moment that he left school. When Stephen was 17, he was arrested for an unprovoked knife attack on a supermarket manager. This attack resulted in Stephen being sentenced to 3 years in prison. While there, he told his psychiatrist that he believed he would eventually become a murderer. Stephen was diagnosed as a schizoid psychopath, a condition that includes a lack of interest in socializing, apathy, and attachment. Even though the psychiatrist warned that his behavior and fantasies led them to believe that Stephen would become a serial killer, he was released once.
I was waiting to hear that. Why was he released? He just told you. What more do you need? And you got a psychiatrist's recommendation. Huh? See, and what be making a lot of these prison systems are overcrowded and stuff like this. He gets put back on the street because it's overcrowded. There's no reason.
Believed that Stephen would become a serial killer. He was released once his sentence was finished. Before Stephen began his murder spree, he was once again arrested 5 years after his first arrest for holding a knife against a girl's throat. He then served 2 more years in prison. However, Stephen wasn't satisfied with these smaller moments of violence, and he was craving something much more vicious. In 2009, Stephen was admitted to the University of Bradford for a PhD program, where he focused on homicide studies, a choice that became shockingly ironic later. It was in this program that he seemed
Like, he's pretty much like telling you what he's interested in. He's done told a psychiatrist his actions, which done landed him in jail twice. Now he's going for a PhD in it. Just let him back on the street.
to indulge in his obsession with serial killers and studied them full time, focusing on the differences between homicides in the 19th century compared with more contemporary murders. On June 22, 2009, something compelled Stephen to take his crimes to the next level, and he fixated on a woman named Susan Rushworth. 43-year-old Susan stepped off a bus in Bradford and subsequently disappeared. She was known to be a prostitute, which was what drew Stephen to target her, as he had been specifically looking for women who were vulnerable. Stephen killed Susan using a crossbow before he proceeded to dismember her in a bathtub. He then disposed of her remains. Stephen's bloodlust had been satisfied for the moment, but less than a year later, he struck again. This time on April 26, 2010, Stephen followed 31-year-old Shelley Armitage, another woman who worked in prostitution. He killed her with a crossbow and chopped up her body just as he had with Susan. He then put pieces of her body into garbage bags and carried them onto public transportation so that he could dump her remains into the River Aire. Apparently, the police had been aware of Stephen and had even been watching him close enough to take hunting weapons from him. When they witnessed Stephen reading books that described dismemberment, the police reached out to the housing association where he lived. As if anticipating what would happen next, a new CCTV system was set up in the area in order to keep a better watch on Stephen's behavior. With a now insatiable taste for killing, Stephen attacked again on May 21, 2010. He was feeling more confident this time, however, and took his crimes even farther with his third victim. Stephen kidnapped 36-year-old Suzanne Blamires and took her back to his own flat. Stephen kept Suzanne there with him for 2 days, and though he was feeling invincible as he hadn't been caught for his other crimes, everything was about to go wrong. At some point during her captivity, Suzanne saw an opportunity to escape, and she took it. Bolting out of his apartment, Suzanne ran for her life, with Stephen angrily chasing after her. Unfortunately for Suzanne, Stephen had grabbed his crossbow on his way out the door, and he shot her with it. Stephen once again felt smug that he had gotten away with his horrific crime, but just after he killed Suzanne, he looked up and saw that the CCTV camera in the hall of his apartment had a blinking red light, meaning it was recording. Still, Stephen went on to carry out his usual grotesque operation, dismembering Suzanne and throwing her remains in the river. Peter G., the caretaker of the block of flats where Stephen lived, had just sat down on Monday morning to review the CCTV footage. He expected to find petty theft or vandalism at the very worst, but the horrifying images he found truly shocked him. G watched Stephen kill Suzanne and immediately called the police, who arrested Stephen. The video captures Stephen just moments after he killed Suzanne. He can be seen in clear view of the camera, raising his crossbow in triumph before flipping up his middle finger. Stephen then lifts up the...
No remorse, no cares, no worries, don't care that he just snatched a life. And he'll do it again. And again, I go back to why was he put, like, at some point we got to put the onus on them for releasing him. Like, they should share some of this.
The crossbow again to give the CCTV camera a close look at the weapon. The CCTV in the building also captures him getting a drink from his apartment before casually descending the stairs. Allegedly, Stephen was also caught on CCTV dragging Suzanne's body by the shoulders down the hallway. But due to the gruesome nature of the images, this piece of the video was never publicly released. The investigators eventually
Good. I don't need to see that. I don't need to see that. Prayers for her family, fam.
found the remains of Shelley and Suzanne in the River Aire, though Susan Rushworth's remains have never been recovered. It was in court that the extent of Stephen's depraved actions was revealed. Stephen told investigators that he had killed loads and bragged that he murdered at least 6 women, though he has only been attributed to 3. Stephen then went on to explain that he called his apartment the slaughterhouse, and that he had eaten some of his victims after dismembering them, calling it, quote, part of the magic of killing them.
Really?
Stephen's murders were later dubbed the Bradford murders, and he earned the nickname the Crossbow Cannibal. He reportedly has attempted to end his life multiple times in prison, and allegedly went on a 2-month hunger strike. For his horrible crimes, Stephen was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment with no chance of parole. Today's final case is one filled with shocking twists and turns, and a detailed timeline provided by CCTV. Hannah Elizabeth Graham was born on February 25, 1996 in Berkshire, England. During her school years, Hannah became known as an accomplished athlete, while also maintaining straight A's across her studies. Though Hannah was raised in England, our story begins in the U.S., where she was studying abroad. In 2014, during her second year at the University of Virginia, 18-year-old Hannah was thriving at school, both academically and socially. However, everything soon went tragically wrong. On September 13th, Hannah went out with some friends to have fun as university students often do. After attending one party, Hannah set out to meet some of her other friends. She texted them around 1:20 a.m. to say that she was on her way to the party, but that she had gotten lost. This was the last time anyone heard from Hannah. Shortly after these messages, Hannah was reported missing. Over 1,000 volunteers went out in search of Hannah, but almost everything the police were able to discover about her disappearance came directly from the CCTV cameras. As the CCTV footage was being combed through, something curious was discovered. Hannah had told her friends that she was lost in an area not far from where she was living, an area that she would have been very familiar with, and yet Hannah couldn't have actually been where she said she was, as she was spotted on CCTV 1.5 miles away from that location. But why had Hannah lied to her friends? At first, piecing together the CCTV footage of Hannah proved a challenge, as her actual location was different than where her text messages stated she was. But soon, a timeline of her whereabouts emerged. In this image captured by CCTV, Hannah can be seen at 9:33 p.m., walking down a hallway wearing a metallic top and jeans before she headed out for the night. At 12:45 a.m., Hannah was seen outside of an Irish pub called McGrady's in downtown Charlottesville.
Man, she's stumbling. It looked like she pretty drunk, pretty messed up.
In the video, she appears to be disoriented and stumbles as she wanders the streets surrounding the pub. It almost looks as though she is searching for someone before she returns back to the pub. Witnesses later reported that they had seen Hannah talking to a man at some point before she left.
Look at her. Somebody probably looking at her like a target. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, look at her. She's drunk. Oh, yeah. They prey on people like that.
In CCTV footage captured by a Shell gas station, Hannah can be seen running before she slows down and continues walking. It isn't clear if she was running from someone. 6 minutes after Hannah went by the gas station, she was spotted on the CCTV camera at Sal's Cafe Italia. She is in the background of the video, where she is seen glancing around as she hurries by. The last footage of Hannah was at 1:08 a.m. and caught by Tool Jewelers CCTV. It shows her walking with a man directly behind her. 5 weeks after her initial disappearance, skeletal remains were discovered on October 18th at an abandoned property in Albemarle County. The body was identified to be Hannah, but her cause of death was released to be by an undetermined etiology. With an abundance of CCTV footage, investigators began sorting through the footage for Hannah's killer. They immediately focused on the man who had been caught by CCTV walking along behind Hannah outside Tool Jewelers. Sure enough, the same man was also seen following behind her at a greater distance when she passed Sal's Cafe. Following her trail, the police found witnesses saying that Hannah and an unidentified man had entered Tempo Restaurant and Bar after the last time she is seen on CCTV. They reportedly stayed for 15 minutes, where witnesses said that they saw the man put an arm around Hannah before the two of them allegedly got into his vehicle and left. The very last witness to see Hannah said that the man with her did not look friendly, and that they heard her saying, quote, "I'm not getting in that car with you." The mysterious man was later identified as 32-year-old Jesse Leroy Matthew. According to WUSA, Jesse was arrested on a beach in Galveston, Texas. He had allegedly gone to the Charlottesville Police Department to ask for a lawyer, but then chose to speed away and flee to Texas. Reportedly, a warrant was issued for his arrest for the reckless driving at this point. When his apartment was searched, Jesse was subsequently named a suspect after evidence was discovered, believed to be items of clothing. This is reportedly when a warrant was issued for Jesse for the abduction charge. With Jesse in custody, the investigators looked into any links between him and any of the numerous other cases of young women who had gone missing in the area. Due to a forensic link, he was found to be connected to the case of Morgan Harrington, another college student who was murdered in 2009. Jesse was charged with capital murder in Hannah Graham's case and first-degree murder for Morgan Harrington. He was found guilty for both and is serving life imprisonment with 3 additional life terms, and has also been connected to a 2005 assault in Fairfax County. According to DailyMail.com, Jesse admitted to all 3 charges in the Fairfax case: attempted capital murder, abduction, and sexual assault. The victim in this case reportedly flew back from India to testify and told jurors that her attacker grabbed her nearby her townhouse door, took her to a dark area, ripped her clothes off, and attacked her. Jesse's family remained supportive of him, even claiming that he would never do something like this. But the judge reportedly described Jesse as a modern-day Jekyll and Hyde, who seemed gentle and kind to his loved ones, but had a secret hidden life they never could have imagined. Other cases are still being investigated to see if Jesse may be responsible for more crimes. For 2 of these cases, the footage caught by CCTV proved to be critical for capturing the evidence needed to identify the perpetrators. And we don't doubt that in the case of the fire at the Rarick house, the footage there will prove to be crucial in catching whoever started the fire, and possibly also killed the Raricks.
Bro, y'all don't understand how reassuring it is for me to see that happen and know that I've been on that. Like, when we back in our garage, my eyes are peeled. You know what I mean? Especially ever since I've been doing it for a while, but ever since that story, it kind of made me go even harder watching. That story of that couple that was sitting in their garage and the boy showed up. Remember the crazy dude? He was at dinner with his parents and then he left and then he ended up at this couple's garage and he just started attacking them and then ultimately eating that lady. Like that made it even worse. So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy L and I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute, man. And tonight we venture back into the world of Bizarre Bub, man. Scary compilation volume 48. It's about to go down. So if you're new to the channel, man, hit the subscribe button, join the fam, and let's check them out. See what's going on.
A child is playing alone at home when something downright creepy is caught on camera. The footage comes from an indoor home security camera, which recorded the following incident late at night. It wasn't until the day after that the person who posted the video had noticed something strange about the footage. Needless to say, they were left disturbed upon realizing what was captured on film. J. Van Gogh, who posted the video, writes, "On this particular night, my mother was taking care of my nephew. I only have one nephew.
Okay.
He told my mom he had met a boy that was playing with him. This was our footage."
I saw that. I saw that. Back it up. I saw that. Something came with him. Some stuff.
The security camera captures the uploader's nephew, who appears to be playing by himself. However,
That's a no. That's a no for me, partner. He is not playing by himself.
it isn't until seconds later that we see another child appear on camera. If the uploader's nephew was the only child present inside the home, then who was this? Even more unsettling is the fact that whoever this was seems to resemble the uploader's nephew in appearance. As we already know, there shouldn't be another child in the footage. It's videos like this that make you question whether a child's imaginary friend is actually imaginary. Of course, it's not certain if a ghost or an entity was caught on camera. Until more
Even the way he rose up off the ground was kind of like weird, like almost like the Undertaker.
footage or information is released on this video, the question still remains. Was a ghost caught on camera, or was something else caught instead?
Even a little boy, when he walked out, he gave off little vibes like, maybe I should go tell somebody, but no, that's my friend. And he went back in the room kind of like, I don't know. It don't sit right with me.
On August 6th of 2021, at around 4:40 in the morning, RJs, who took the following video, had been driving down a highway when all of a sudden, something terrifying appeared on camera. The highway in question is located in Alberta, Canada, and isn't thought to be haunted. But after watching this video, it might just be. The video starts off with RJ's talking to her sister, who's with her in the car, when out of nowhere, they spot a moving figure in the distance. As their car approaches the mysterious figure, they begin to record. This is what they saw.
Go faster! I am gonna go in the middle. Oh my god.
Looks like they just walking. That's really odd and peculiar. Cause why are you walking down the road unless you're running away from somebody? But you're not running, you're walking. So you're just walking down the road, side of the road in a white robe. like nightgown style. Like, yeah, that's really strange. I don't trust that.
The figure appears to be wearing a white dress. They assume it's a woman, but aren't sure if that's what they'd seen. They then turn around and drive back to get a better glimpse of this supposed lady.
She's walking in.
That is a woman. That is a woman. Why is she walking late night, like an evening gown, maybe? Just down the street? Like a typical normally you're not gonna catch a lady. They would be like too scared. What lady you know is walking down a dark street like that in the middle of the night, just calm, cool, and collected? Like, it can't be good. It can't.
According to RJ's, the mysterious lady had worn a dress straight out of the 50s era and had a hairdo of the same period. Given the description of this lady, along with the fact that she was walking alone late at night in the middle of nowhere, viewers can't help but think that something paranormal had been caught on camera. Some believe that she might have caught the ghost of someone who had passed away on this road. It's not clear as to who or what was caught on camera. It could be that someone had been stranded, but given the circumstances, there's something about this that doesn't seem normal. Who, or maybe even what, was caught on camera?
I don't know.
A salesman who is staying at a hotel captures footage of something pretty creepy. The following footage comes from a salesman who was traveling overseas for a business trip. Due to travel restrictions, the salesman had to self-quarantine for a total of 7 days. His self-quarantine took place at a hotel where he booked a room all for himself. But during the 7 days that he's there, something really creepy happens. On the second night of his quarantine, the salesman is talking to a friend via webcam when all of a sudden, this happens.
Now that could be possible. They could somebody go into the wrong room. My son did it actually when we was at the hotel not too long ago. You know what I'm saying? So that is possible.
The conversation between the two then segues on the topic of food served at the hotel. But as they continue to talk, something startles the salesman.
Okay, now it happened again. Now somebody either messing with me, somebody playing around, somebody really don't cherish they like I don't know what's going on. But now it's all right. My antennas is up. It's about to be a problem.
前の部屋のやつがなんかいたずらでやってんじゃない？
It is at this moment that his friend thinks that a next-door neighbor is playing tricks. Yet the salesman isn't sure if anyone is occupying the rooms near him. His friend then jokes that the room he is in might be haunted. He doesn't think much of this and decides to go to bed. However, late at night, he is woken up by someone knocking at his door. Though this time, he fails to capture anything on camera as the knocking stopped when he started recording. But he was now more determined than ever to catch whoever was playing with him. The next day, as he waits patiently for the knocks to occur, he captures this.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Hotel, like, I'm blowing the front desk up. They got to show me some cameras. What's going on? Or I'm not paying because I can't get no rest. No, why does my room have a knock at the door? Like, tell me something. Like, he can't even relax and he on quarantine. Nah, something ain't right, bro. And where all these chairs keep coming from? And then he need to get closer to the door. That way when a knock happens, he can just open it.
Once again, there is no one at the door. He checks both ends of the hallway, but not a single person is in sight. It is at this point that the salesman is questioning his sanity. But just when things couldn't get any more unsettling, something else happens that has left him completely spooked. The following night, he is woken up once again by knockings, but this time, something far more unexplainable happens.
What you stop for? He about to he about to make me mad. What you stop for? Either go or don't go.
Really?
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I would have lost my mind. All of my marbles would have been lost, bro. I'd have been going crazy, cuckoo, whatever you want to call it. They know. Ain't no way. Bump this quarantine. I gotta go. Like, he gotta endure 7 days of that. I'd be crazy. I'd be cuckoo. Yes. They wouldn't want me back. I wouldn't want to come back. I'd have tore that room up.
After checking again to find no one at the door, the salesman turns around and sees all doors near the entrance open. He was now convinced that the room he was in might actually be haunted. Perhaps his friend was right after all. Something is inside this room. On the 6th night of his quarantine, he decides to use his PC camera to capture anything that may occur behind his back. The camera is left recording as he goes to bed. Later, he is woken up by someone or something knocking at his door. As he walks over to the entrance, he realizes that the knocking isn't coming from outside, but rather from inside his room.
Oh. It won't be no going to the bathroom for me. I just have to hold it for another day. Bro, what in the, oh, no. I don't know what in the mom's Maybelline is going on here, but I'm out. I'm not staying.
To his surprise, no one is there. He is now sure that whatever is happening is beyond explanation. Now, it's a good thing the salesman had set up a second camera, as the following incident would have gone unnoticed. During the time he's inside the bathroom, a bottle falls on its own. If you look closely, you can see the bottle move slowly towards the edge before falling over. Like with all occurrences, this one has left him baffled. Luckily, the salesman won't be staying there any longer, as the next day will be the last of his quarantine. To this day, he can't think of anything logical that could explain what happened in that room. Just like viewers, the salesman thinks that the room might have been haunted. But as always, we can't be sure if that's the case. We don't know if what was caught on camera is real or not. As with most videos, this one remains a mystery. If you caught something creepy on camera, or if there's any ghost videos you'd like me to check out and include in the next compilation, you can send them over to scaryvideos444@gmail.com. That being said, let's get back to the video. The following photo was submitted by Dewey Tiger, who writes, "This photograph was taken at a haunted landmark in Indonesia known as Lawang Sewu. The person you see in this picture is underneath the landmark. He is inside a shaft, and behind him is an empty room. He was absolutely sure that no one was inside the room. Yet still, the picture shows that someone was inside it. This is the photo that was taken."
Shoot, the way this photo looks like she or whatever it is attached to him.
You can see what appears to be a person standing behind this man. If no one was inside the room, then who was this? Now, because the location of the photo is said to be haunted, Dewey Tiger believes that a ghost or an entity was caught on camera. But like with most images, this could simply be a case of pareidolia. Perhaps this might have been a pipe or some other object that resembles a face. But doubtless, whatever this is, it sure does look creepy. The following video was submitted by Little Fatima, who writes that a family in Indonesia had caught something unexplainable on camera. It goes without saying, but what this family had caught on tape is pretty disturbing. The video shows what appears to be a family gathering taking place inside someone's house, when all of a sudden, something very unusual is seen in the background. Take a look.
The heck was that? Grandma outside? Yo, it low-key looked like they got a kid like in a closet or something, like putting time out in a closet. Or that's a grandparent, or that's a peeping Tom, or that's I don't know. Whatever it is, it looks weird. That looked like a kid.
There appears to be someone or something hiding away from the family gathering, but the appearance of whoever or whatever this is very uncanny. Now, it could be that someone's reflection is being shown in the footage, but upon
maybe a kid wasn't invited and he's jealous. Maybe, I don't know.
Closer examination, the figure doesn't appear to be anyone's reflection. If that's not creepy, then I don't know what is. As always, you're more than welcome to share your thoughts on this footage. What exactly had been caught on camera?
Told y'all. Craziness. That could have been a number of things, including something paranormal. whatever it is. I don't know. You gotta be aware of what's going on. But back to that dude in the hotel though. What would y'all have done? You there for 7 days. He ain't get no rest. And that room looked to be kind of expensive to have to deal with all of that. Like, no, I want my money refunded. You can look at the footage. You can hear the knocks. You can see the little ball drop on the floor. Something. No. That room looked way too expensive for me not to be able to relax. Nope. Telling y'all, man, and you hear some weird things in some hotels too, bro. I was just in one. Telling you, you gotta be careful. So, but y'all get at me in the comment section. Let me know what you think, man, of this scary compilation, volume 48. It's your boy L. To the next reaction. I'm gone. Peace. So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy L, and I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute, man. And we're about to tap into the 50 incredible moments caught on CCTV and security camera footage, bro. Speaking of camera footage, man, listen, these last 2 weeks, bro, my travels, man, if I could show y'all some of the things that I wish I caught on camera, especially down in New Orleans, bro. Oh my gosh, fam. The home of the beignets. Is that the home of the beignets? I don't know. I ate so many beignets there. Fam, like that and gumbo. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like extra probably 10 pounds added on to me. And just beignets alone. But enjoyed it, had a good time, man. And yeah, can't wait to tell y'all about it. But anyway, we're gonna get into this video. If you're new to the channel, man, hit the subscribe button, and you wanna see something crazy, watch this video.
Hello everyone. Everyone knows that coffee in Istanbul is excellent. Turns out that the locals have a much more effective option to wake up though. Today's selection will give you an energy boost too. Let's get it on.
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
Hopefully, that same evening, this guy will get a pizza without toppings.
Bro, they are disrespectful with your packages these days, ain't they? Like, look at how he just disrespected your PS5. That's what I think everybody be getting delivered to their house. Or something just full of glass.
It was at this moment.
Yeet. He said yeet and threw your package like that.
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
Hopefully, that same evening, this guy will get a pizza without toppings, because his delivery guy ate them. That friend who will always help you to a taxi after a crazy night at the club.
Like, man, let me go get this food before he get himself killed.
Seems like this place certainly needs a carpenter, and only then a car mechanic.
Oh.
If pets that are afraid of their own tail were humans. That time when
Yo, we'd have watched that video every day we came to work.
Express delivery really lives up to its name. Any experienced thief knows the most important thing for a robbery is not your running skills. and not even high-precision weapons. The key is to pretend to be someone who will never be suspected in his life.
Got it. I'm out.
Like if you also couldn't complete this mission in GTA. When you said one careless word in a conversation with a very sensitive friend.
What did he do? Snap.
We have no doubt that the truck driver will get what he deserves.
Hold on, man. Did he just throw the barbell, the dumbbell on his phone? Oh, he did, bro. Ah! Whew. I hope it was time for an upgrade.
We have no doubt that the truck driver will get what he deserves, and these policemen would do well to take a couple of lessons in parallel parking. The best thing about this video is how the girl's trying to prevent the inevitable. Well, if you watch this video and still want to have kids, you are probably a very, very patient person.
She tried. See, it's people like that shouldn't even be able to walk in a DMV and talk about I need a license. I need to get my license. No, you don't. You and whoever else is connected to you closely don't need license. Nobody, period. That pissed me off, bro. And probably in a hurry to go nowhere.
Why do something alone when you can do it together?
Oh. At least it wasn't manure.
Замечательно просто. Великолепно.
We know from Pixar movies that seemingly cute grannies often turn out to be the most daring criminals, but honestly, we didn't expect this from this elderly lady. When you got so used to your AirPods that you forgot about the wires on other headphones. Admit it, has this also happened to you? What we learned from this video is that tying a dog to a porch post is a very bad idea. But if you want to save on dismantling,
oh, he ripped the whole post.
Works, this is definitely for you.
I feel sorry for them, but at the same time, I'm a little glad I watched this video now. Because I was thinking about doing that with my dog. they have a tendency to bark at everybody. So I was gonna take him outside, you know what I mean, to get him comfortable with the neighbors, and I was just gonna strap him to the little post out there. But now I see that wasn't a good idea. You know what I mean? They just saved me a lot of money.
And that, kids, is how I met your mother.
Facts.
We don't know which lottery the driver of the car with the dashcam won, but the universe is clearly trying to tell him something. A video that will make even the most hopeless cynic's heart skip a beat.
Who was that got out the car though? Who was that? The person in the red back there. Yo, whoever that is, we're related. That exactly how I came out of that car. Full on sprint, baby. Oh, she gotta have rubber ankles, bro. How did she even survive that fall? Woo, she broke her ankle like 5 times in 3 seconds. Jeez. She don't need to wear those no more. She cannot walk in them. Oh yeah, you got a sprained ankle, shorty. You need to get you some ACE bandage and some kind of ankle support right now. Yeah, that thing's fractured.
That moment when you gained a few extra pounds over the Christmas holidays. Legend has it that no one has seen this woman since. Let's just hope she found a new portal to Narnia. All the most epic fails at work always involve forklifts.
No, you ain't supposed to ride with the forks up that high. No, you not. Oh yeah, and they got you on tape. Oh yeah, bro. Pack your bags. You're getting demoted.
A reminder about the importance of the handbrake.
That could have been a lot worse. I think that was actually pretty okay for what it could have possibly been.
A shocking fact, the handbrake rule also applies to baby strollers. We remind you that superheroes live among us.
If you let your balloon go, it's gonna fly in the air. No.
The
Buddy's an athlete.
Father of the Year award definitely goes to this guy.
That's a reaction right there, bro.
Bro, come on.
Things you'll do for your children.
We're going to hell.
We are always surprised that cats can sleep all day long. But who said we know what they really do at night? Looks like it's time for this buddy to think about a new career, right? We are certain that horror movie creators would pay a lot of money for his heart-piercing screams.
Oh, nice. I ain't seen nobody do that since school, bro. They used to be like, oh, let's see if you're hungry. And they hit your leg like that. If you kind of stumble, they like, ooh, bro, you need to eat something. She is obviously super hungry. He barely even touched her. Just a slight little tap, and she was out of there.
Well, first of all, it's not a very nice thing to do. Second, don't deny that you didn't want to try this technique on one of your friends right now.
Goodness gracious.
Life hack for an unusual marriage proposal. Ask a girl to help you with a box, and while she's distracted...
Here, babe. New house. New beginning.
No, I don't want
You marry me? I want to spend the rest of my life with you.
Disclaimer though, only works if you share a similar sense of humour.
Well, you still gotta get that box. No.
Oh, no.
Everyone knows the meme with this dude, who very convincingly pretends to solve problems. So, turns out, he has followers.
Get that flex seal.
They say when you get a lot of adrenaline in the blood, time seems to slow down, which the creators of Hollywood films keep reminding us of. So, we have a question. Where is the blockbuster movie about this super dad?
Are you okay?
Like, nah, are you okay? You're not even paying attention to me, almost dying right there. I told you to like elevate these steps or get me some kind of way to be able to jump up here with ease. Dog, man, you're like, am I okay? No, are you gonna be okay?
My last nerve cell at the end of the working day. Turns out that the most useful way to test your boyfriend and understand whether you're ready to spend your whole life with him is just to go on a horror quest together. That time when the owners hung out in the store for so long that even the car couldn't stand it anymore.
Look at my man just walking by looking like, bad day for somebody, glad it ain't my problem. He got the glad it ain't my problem look. He ain't stopped. He ain't try to go find who car it could possibly be. Nothing. He just kept it moving.
This wheel feels more confident on the road than many other drivers. And this is it for today, buddy. Don't forget to like this video and see you soon.
Exactly. Figure out who that dad is. You know what I mean? Dads catch a bad break. That's all I'm gonna say. Dads catch a bad break. But you saw what that dad did. He was about to jump in the sky to get his son balloon. You know what I mean? Shout outs to him and this dude right here that thought something was crawling on him.
Next one is on its way.
Had to see that again. My bad. But yeah, man, hopefully y'all enjoyed the video, got a laugh out of that. And stick around and stay tuned. To the next one. New Orleans, man. I'm still trying to recover, bro. I'm about to go get some sleep, though. You know what I'm saying? I've been up, what was that, like a 7-8 hour drive? Yeah, it's time. Time to shut it down. Y'all get at me. Till the next reaction, I'm gone. Peace. So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy Ellen. I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute. So listen, right? Just think for a minute. I'm pretty sure you can go right to it in your mind. Something that happened in your hometown when you was growing up that pretty much just, shook up the city. Whether it be some type of case, crime, something that happened in your town that you can automatically think of. I could think of several that went down and kind of like changed us. You know what I mean? Changed the way we were allowed to go outside and play. It changed a lot of things that we had to start doing different, right? It's kind of what this video here is hinting towards. It's saying 5 disturbing unsolved cases from our viewers' hometowns. Too close to home. All right, so we're gonna check this one out. If you're new, hit the subscribe button, join the fam, hit that like button. Here we go.
Welcome to Cold Case Detectives Too Close to Home, a Patreon-sponsored series where we select 5 Patreon supporters at random and investigate cases from their hometowns. If you would like to see your hometown featured, you can support us on Patreon by following the link below. And now let's dive in with cold cases from your hometowns. The mysteries that strike too close to home. Dean Marie Peters. Our first case for this month's Too Close to Home comes from our patron Lizzie Ghetto Story, who chose the city of Grand Rapids in Michigan. It was once known as America's furniture capital and continues to remain a prominent furniture manufacturer today, although it is perhaps most notable now for its incredible art museums. Home to over 190,000 residents, Grand Rapids is the backdrop for some of Michigan's most compelling mysteries. Dean Marie Peters, who is generally known as Deanie to those around her, was born on September 24th, 1966, to Mary Pete and Dwayne Pyle. She had a younger brother named William, and the family resided in California until the divorce. Following this, William, Deanie, and their mother moved to Michigan, where Mary met and married a man named John Peters. The siblings' father, Dwayne, remained in California, where he too remarried. Initially, Deanie struggled to fit in and adjust to life in the city of Grand Rapids, but she eventually found her footing and began to make friends. A clever and fun-loving girl, Deanie was a good student and had no problems with her family. She was not known to run away and had dreams of one day becoming a model. Her good behavior and seemingly happy home life are what made her sudden disappearance in the 1980s all the more strange. On February 5th, 1981, 14-year-old Deanie accompanied her mother to William's wrestling practice, which was held at Forest Hills Central Middle School in the 5800 block of Ada Drive. At around 5 p.m., she asked her mother if she could go to the restroom, Mary consented and Deanie wandered off, but she never returned. When investigators arrived on the scene, they quickly discovered that the 14-year-old hadn't even made it to the restroom. No one saw her enter the women's toilets, and no witnesses recalled her even being in the area. In fact, she was last seen walking out of the gym, although accounts differ as to whether she was going out for a smoke or leaving to go and visit a friend. Deanie left behind her jewelry, makeup, purse, bag, clothing, and several $100s at home when she vanished. She never returned for them. Her family thought this was odd, as she was the type of girl who wore makeup most days, if not every day, and authorities felt that if the teen had run away, she would have taken her money with her. One potential suspect in the initial inquiry was the school's custodian, a man named Arthur Diaz, who claimed that he never saw Deanie as he cleaned out an office on the evening of February 5th. It was theorized that Diaz had put the teenager's body in the school incinerator, but detectives found...
And I was just about to ask, I wonder what his background is. You know, does he have a record, history, or anything like that? That's definitely was my next question. They thought he put her in the incinerator, though?
No evidence to support this idea. He was shortly thereafter ruled out as a possible suspect. Digging further into Deanie's social life, investigators uncovered that just 2 days before she went missing, the 14-year-old had engaged in a physical fight at school with 2 girls. The fight was said to be over a boy, and the girls told Deanie to stay away from him, threatening her if she didn't do as they said. A 17-year-old boy named Bruce Bunch knew one of the girls. It has been alleged that on the day of her disappearance, he spotted Deanie walking and drove his car at her to scare her. However, instead of narrowly avoiding her or stopping his vehicle, he hit a patch of ice and accidentally struck the girl, killing her. It's possible that he hid her body in the brush and then later buried it, possibly in the Snow Avenue area. This area was searched in 2010, but no evidence of a body was ever discovered. Over the years, Bunch allegedly told various versions of this story, including to his first and second wives. His first wife claimed that Bunch was abusive and violent, and that he would drink so heavily he would sometimes black out and not remember his own actions.
Yeah, that's a good observation. What is he drinking for? Something you trying to forget? A memory you don't want to remember? Deal with? Something painful?
He once pushed her out of a moving vehicle, causing her to break her ankle, and once threatened to run her off the road. Those who knew Bunch alleged that he said that Deanie's body was buried by a young Marine camp, but a search of the area turned up nothing. Others said that Bunch dreamt about the teenager following her disappearance. He claimed that although he did dream about her once, it was because he'd seen the news of her disappearance on the TV. As a young child, he had claimed to have mental telepathy. Bunch said that this combination had led to him dreaming about the missing teen, and that this then led to people circulating the story that he had killed her and hidden the body. Further stories spread after he allegedly talked about Deanie at a party, where he said he'd buried her body near Standard School, 5 miles north of Lowell. This site was searched, but nothing was found. Bunch died of a heart attack in 2008. He was never charged nor questioned in connection with Deanie's disappearance. During the initial investigation, divers searched a shallow pond along Grand River Drive near Lowell, Michigan, and used cadaver dogs in a bid to try and find any evidence of Deanie. However, they were unable to find a single clue in her case. Psychics got involved too, pointing detectives in the direction of potential burial sites. But these searches turned up nothing. Deanie's parents spoke to the media regularly to try and keep interest in the case alive.
Can't trust them psychics, bro. See? Look at that. No, she's over there. No, she isn't. Can't trust them psychics, man.
And even put forward a reward for information. But again, no new leads opened up. Other theories in Deanie's case revolve around another potential suspect and police involvement. Reportedly, her diary vanished while in the possession of law enforcement, leading some to believe that the culprit involved in the disappearance had ties to authorities, or was a serving member of the police force themselves. The other potential suspect in Deanie's case was a man named Joseph Falstrom, who was questioned by investigators twice in the early 90s. A woman came forward to the media later on, telling them that she and some friends had been drinking and canoeing with Falstrom on Flat River in 1989. He had spoken about how he and 2 others had hit a girl named Deanie with their car while in a school parking lot, and that they'd put her body in the trunk before later burying her along the river. However, nothing further seems to have come from this information. Deanie's case dried up in the 1990s, but was eventually revived in 2008. Between 2008 and 2012, authorities spoke with over 200 witnesses and searched 15 potential burial sites. Their investigation took them to 7 states and helped them establish the identities of individuals living in the Ada Drive area who may have information. However, none of them have cooperated so far. In 2021, authorities announced that they believe Bruce Bunch was responsible for Deanie's death. However, they have never been able to verify his story about accidentally hitting her with his car. Investigators believe that there are more people who know the truth of what happened that day, and they could help solve the case once and for all. One woman who is thought to have this information still lives in the area and has failed a polygraph test. In July that same year, 61-year-old James Douglas Frisbee was charged with perjury in connection with Deanie's case. He was 21 at the time and had a criminal record dating back to 1978, although he was never convicted of a felony. He was suspected of lying about information, knowledge, and/or statements he made to the police about possible suspects or witnesses in what is, according to court documents, a cold case homicide. It has been confirmed that the case is Deanie's, but it has not yet been revealed just what exactly Frisbee had lied about.
So pause for a minute, right? She goes to the bathroom, never to be seen again, or steps outside. No cameras. I think this was in the early 80s, late 70s, right? So no cameras probably back then. She got into a fight. And the people she got into a fight were kind of harassing her a little bit. So they're suspects. Another person that they brought up just mentioned that dude, he's a suspect. Did they ever mention like maybe any parent, any close relative or anything like that? Like, that's just odd how she just poof disappeared. And now all you can do, because without a body, you can't really, you have nothing to chart, you can't really go by anything. So until they find a body, and then you heard them say they checked several states. So I'm thinking like, wow, somebody really would have took that body across state lines. That was bold. So I don't know. This is a tough one.
He also allegedly, quote, willfully impeded and interfered with other witnesses in the case. There is still a $25,000 reward in Deanie's case. Following her disappearance, her mother and stepfather moved to Arizona. John Peters has been ruled out as a suspect in the case. Deanie was declared legally dead in 1991, 10 years after she vanished. 14-year-old Dean Marie Peters was last seen at around 5 p.m. at Forest Hills Central Middle School in the 5800 block of Ada Drive in the city of Grand Rapids. Witnesses saw her leaving the gymnasium, but she has never been seen or heard from since. Deanie is a white woman with brown hair and brown eyes. When she went missing, she was between 5'2" and 5'3", and weighed around 110 pounds. She is a smoker, has pierced ears, and a birthmark on her lower back. Some agencies list her surname as Pyle Peters. She was last seen wearing a brown ski jacket, pink sweatshirt, 27 to 32-inch blue Levi jeans, white knee-high socks, and a cream-colored scarf with the word ski written on it in dark brown letters. If Deanie is still alive, she will be 55 years old. If you have any information about her disappearance, you can contact the Kent County Sheriff's Office on 616-336-3113.
Wow.
David Scott Abramovitz. Our next case location is brought to you by our patron Law, who chose Morristown in New Jersey. Dubbed the military capital of the American Revolution for its part in the war for independence from Britain, Morristown is full of history, art, and culture, and is the location of some of New Jersey's most puzzling cases. Described as reserved, gentle, and gifted, David Scott Abramovitz was born on April 23, 1978, and spent some of his childhood in an affluent suburb of New York City with his parents and two sisters. From a young age, the importance of wealth was impressed upon David, but he had no interest in money or becoming financially well off. The 9-to-5 life, he felt, was not for him. A vegan from a young age, David stopped wearing leather and swore off Twizzlers as a teen, and his siblings described him as a free spirit. David attended Morristown High School, where he captained both the track team and the cross-country team. He was a talented pianist who spoke fluent French and loved to paint. He often did so in an expressionist style. Shortly before he vanished, he gave his sister Jill a portrait, which is hung in her home to this day. David also volunteered at the Seeing Eye in Morris Township, where he worked with dogs. He was...
Golly, why would somebody want to mess up everything that he was doing and the type of person that he seemed to be? Only thing I can start to speculate is jealousy so far.
Well known for his love of mountain climbing, nature, and animals. David graduated from Rutgers University, New Brunswick, New Jersey in 2000. During his time there, he had dated a young woman who recalled how much he was interested in the book Into the Wild, a non-fiction novel that was based on the story of Christopher McCandless. McCandless graduated from university in Georgia in 1990, and afterwards made his way to Alaska, where he planned to live off the land. He had always wanted to pursue a nomadic lifestyle, and is described as an adventurer. However, McCandless's journey came to an end shortly after he made his way into the wild, when he died of starvation in 1992. David's girlfriend noted that he was a good boyfriend and that they'd split amicably, with both expressing a desire to go their separate ways. 23-year-old David was last seen on May 3rd, 2001, when he left the family home on Bickford Drive near the Randolph border. He has never been seen since. Investigators discovered that his phone had either made calls from Burlington, Vermont, or possibly received them shortly after he vanished. The search for David took his family and detectives to Quechee, Vermont, 70 miles south of Burlington. The 23-year-old had reportedly spoken of the gorge there, which is 165 feet deep, sometime before he went missing. David's family canvassed the area, going door to door and visiting both hotels and shelters, looking for anyone with even a scrap of information. Meanwhile, expert climbers were brought in to search the gorge. However, there were no signs of the missing 23-year-old. David Abramovitz had essentially vanished into thin air. His sisters Jill and Stephanie continued to look for answers in the case. They recalled that their sibling was depressed at the time, with Stephanie telling MorristownGreen.com that his depression is often what made him escape the area, saying he wanted to be off with animals and nature. Shortly before David went missing, he gave away a few of his belongings and withdrew all of his money from his bank account. 3 days after he vanished, his family got a call from his best friend, who said that he had just received a depressing letter from their loved one.
Now that could be odd. Withdraw. You want to live amongst the animals in the land, so you don't need money out there. So why would you withdraw your money? Or did you withdraw your money to go do that? So it could go either way.
The Charlie Project calls this letter a suicide note, although his sisters disagree with this description after speaking with experts about the letter's contents. David had visited his best friend in California for a few weeks and afterwards had penned the letter, which discussed how much the friendship meant to him and how much he enjoyed the visits. He also wrote, vaguely, "I'm going away." His sisters remembered that he had said a similar thing to them around the same time. He had said, "I'm going on an adventure. I need to figure things out." However, David refused to elaborate on this further. For his depression, the 23-year-old had tried to go on medication, but found that it suppressed his desire to paint. The investigation into David's disappearance has come to a standstill in recent years. His father passed away in 2013, never knowing what became of his only son, while his grandparents, who were alive when he vanished in 2001, have also died since he went missing. His mother continues to live in the family home, while his sisters speculate on what may have happened to their brother. Jill believes David is in Vermont, while Stephanie thinks her brother is in Canada. Both believe he is still alive and living a new life off the grid, surrounded by nature, animals, and the mountains, the place where he always felt most at home. There are generally three theories in David's case: that he took his own life, that he's happily living off the grid, or that he planned to do the latter but has since died due to the elements or starvation, much like Christopher McCandless. Of her brother's disappearance, Jill said, "It's that horrible thing where you want closure and you also want hope. You cling to anything."
It's hard for me to believe, though, that he would just cut off all ties and contacts with his family. Remember, when they were first speaking about him, the type of person he was, that don't strike me as being him. Now, I'm just basing that off of what I've heard so far, but granted, that's what he wanted to do, but you think he would cut off all ties to his family?
23-year-old David Scott Abramovitz was last seen leaving his home on Bickford Drive in Morristown, New Jersey on May 3rd, 2001. David is a white male with brown hair and brown eyes. He stands at around 6'1" and weighed between 145 to 155 pounds at the time of his disappearance. He usually wore a rope choker necklace and had it on when he vanished. He also has a gap between his front teeth and sometimes used the nickname Dave. If he is still alive, he will be 43 years old. If you have any information about David's disappearance, you can call the Morris Township Police Department on 973-539-0777. Tone Truong. Moving on to our third case. This one is from our patron Hannah, who chose the Melbourne suburb of Sunshine as their location. Starting off as a town just outside Victoria's capital city, Sunshine was known to be home to many manufacturing businesses, which eventually began to dwindle in the 1970s. Now a residential suburb, it still houses many industrial companies and is an important retail centre. It is also the site of several strange cold cases. 43-year-old Tone...
Y'all heard that, right? Several strange cold cases. Cold. Haven't been solved.
Truong was described by his brother Ty as your stereotypical larrikin. He had a good job as an engineer and was loved by all who knew him, and was said to have the whole world ahead of him. Detectives who worked the Vietnamese man's case echoed these sentiments, adding that he was a hard-working family man. On February 23rd, 2015, sometime between 5 and 5:25 a.m., Tone was awoken by the sound of someone breaking into his home in Sunshine West. His wife, who was 8 months pregnant at the time, is believed to have disturbed the intruder. Tone rushed to her defense, chasing the uninvited guest into one of the bedrooms upstairs. Then gunshots rang out. The gunman fled the bloody scene as Tone called to his wife, asking her to ring emergency services. The 43-year-old, who had been living in Australia for a number of years, had been shot twice. He died before paramedics arrived. It is believed that the gunman then left the area using his car, which was parked nearby. The vehicle was last seen on CCTV heading towards Fitzgerald Avenue. Investigators quickly discovered the shattered glass at the back of the house, which indicated that the killer had broken in through a window. At the time, it was unknown if Tone had been targeted or if he was the victim of a random robbery gone wrong. Police dispatched teams of officers to search the nearby area for any trace of the gunman or the weapon he used. They emptied bins as they looked for the gun and combed through Allison Street and the surrounding area, looking for anything that could help the investigation. However, they came up empty-handed. Inside the home, detectives found that Tone had recently begun growing a crop of cannabis in an upstairs bedroom. His family were surprised by the news, and his wife knew nothing of it.
His family was surprised. Oh, how did that get there?
She told the authorities that her husband told her he was decorating the room for the new baby, and that he wanted it to be a surprise. As a result, she made sure to stay away from the room until it was ready. Following this discovery, investigators theorized that the 43-year-old's cannabis setup had caught the attention of two men.
That's what I was automatically about to say, bro. People be eyeing. That's why I be telling y'all, like during the Christmas time or any time of the year, when you be having boxes and different things either brought to your house that you just brought, big screen TVs, whatever, or packages delivered, people be watching your house, fam. And you look around, they be trying to come in your house.
Who was seen driving around the area at the time of his death. Over a year later, in December of 2016, the police stated their belief that the senseless crime was carried out by an associate of a syndicate that carried out aggravated burglaries at properties with cannabis crops in the suburbs of Melbourne. The Australian newspaper The Age reported that the gang is fluid and could contain as many as 50 people. They are thought to be responsible for a string of robberies in the area and use infrared cameras to help determine which homes they should target. One of these cameras was stolen from a local fire station. In August of 2015, using a description given by Tone's wife, police created a composite image of what the culprit may look like. He is described as being a thin, white man who is around 5'5" with green eyes. He also wore a blue face mask and a black cap. However, despite the creation of the E-Fit, this man has never been identified. Another clue in the case is the dark-coloured sedan seen on CCTV fleeing the scene. Investigators believe it is either a BMW two-door or a Ford Falcon sedan. Both were seen in the area around 45 minutes before the crime, and authorities are interested in learning more information about the drivers of both vehicles. However, neither driver has ever been identified. It is believed that Tone was growing the marijuana to earn some extra income, although his family have said that he earned good money, and they didn't understand why he would need the extra. Investigators noted that the 43-year-old was yet to harvest a crop. He'd only just started growing the cannabis. His brother told media outlets, "My brother did a stupid thing. He made a mistake, and for that, he's paid with his life." A month after Tone's death, his wife gave birth to the couple's first daughter. They already had a 3-year-old son who was in the house on the night of the murder, but was luckily unharmed during the ordeal. According to the family, the 43-year-old spouse struggled to put her life back together following the vicious crime, and suffered lasting trauma from the experience. The area in which the couple lived was previously known to be a safe and quiet neighborhood, but locals have stated that in the few years before Tone's demise, it gained a reputation for violence and crime. Tone's case is still unsolved. If you have any information about his death, you can call Crime Stoppers on 1-800-333-000.
Hell yeah, man. Can't stress that enough, bro. People are watching you. Watching what you bring in. Especially if they think they can take something off you that they can then turn and sell and make a profit themselves, i.e. marijuana, your setup. They didn't know if you had something, because, you know, they said he hadn't made his first crop yet. So maybe it was something else. Maybe it wasn't that. I don't know. That was crazy.
Logan Bowman. Our penultimate case this month was chosen by our patron Cheyenne, who picked the city of Freeze, Virginia. Although we were unable to locate a cold case from this exact location, we found one just 15 minutes away in the city of Galax. On January 26, 2003, at 12:59 p.m., the Grayson County Sheriff's Office received a strange phone call from a woman named Cynthia Lee Davis. The woman requested that she speak to somebody about a kidnapping and claimed that her son was hurt and that her boyfriend, a man named Dennis Danny Shemmerhorn, was holding her hostage. She reported that she hadn't seen her son since January 5th, but later changed the date to January 9th. When a sheriff's deputy arrived on the scene, Davis claimed that while she was asleep, her son, 5-year-old Logan Nathaniel Bowman, ran hot water for a bath and got burned pretty bad. She then said that he'd been missing since January 7th, and noted that her boyfriend didn't allow her to take Nathaniel to the doctor when he burned himself. Over the following months, Davis would go on...
Didn't allow? Ain't nobody getting in the way.
...to give various different accounts of Logan's whereabouts, the circumstances of his disappearance, and the abuse she had suffered at the hands of her boyfriend, Shemmerhorn. Davis claimed that Shemmerhorn held her hostage for 2 weeks and physically assaulted her with a flashlight, and later in court said that he held a gun to her head and threatened to shoot her. He'd also once previously attempted to strangle her. As for her son's whereabouts, Davis claimed that Logan had a stomach bug and had soiled himself in the middle of the night. This is why he attempted to run a bath himself and ended up burning himself in the hot water. Eventually, Davis alleged that Logan was with his father, Alvin Bowman, and that he'd bring the 5-year-old home later. But this was not the case. It is believed that Logan was last seen alive on January 7th, 2003. It's unclear why his mother waited over 2 weeks to report her child missing. According to the Charlie Project, she filed a missing persons report on January 23rd, although other sources state that it was Logan's father Alvin who reported him missing on January 27th. Davis was unable to explain why she hadn't reported her son's disappearance much sooner, and as a result, immediately became a suspect in the investigation.
As she should be.
1 month after Logan vanished, Davis was charged with child endangerment. Additionally, Dennis Shemmerhorn was also charged in connection with Logan's disappearance and the incident that saw the 5-year-old's lower body burned by hot water. Investigators noticed that Shemmerhorn gave numerous conflicting statements during the course of the inquiry. Alvin Bowman claimed that the last time he saw his son was on Christmas Day, 2002. He had weekend visitation rights, but had been blocked from seeing Logan by Davis and Shemmerhorn. An article by the Carroll News states that Bowman testified in court that he went to collect Logan on January 3rd, but was told his son was sick. On January 9th, Davis told Bowman...
Sound like they was covering something up, don't it? It sounded exactly like it was what they was doing.
In a voicemail that the 5-year-old was still ill, and she was taking him to the doctor. She added that he didn't need to come and pick him up. On January 17th, Bowman went to Shemmerhorn's trailer, where Logan and Davis lived in Sherwood Trailer Park near Galax, but no one answered the door. The following day, he returned to the trailer only to be met by Shemmerhorn, who told him that Davis had taken Logan and left. Bowman went back again on the 19th, but Shemmerhorn told him that the pair weren't there. At this point, Logan's father called the school, only to learn that he had been missing from class since December 20th, 2002, which is when the school had broken up for the Christmas holidays. After discovering this, Bowman notified social services and the sheriff's department about how he was unable to locate his son. Shortly before Logan last attended class, his teacher had noticed some bruising on his body that may have been physical abuse. According to the Charlie...
They did something to this baby, man. They did something. All signs is point. Why would you lie? Why would you keep that from him? Why would you constantly lie to the father? Not let him see? No. It's only if you was trying to cover something up.
Project. The teacher only notified social services after the 5-year-old went missing. However, the Doe Network claims that the teacher reported the abuse on November 19th, 2002. In April of 2003, both Davis and Shemmerhorn were indicted on 2 counts, each of child neglect. The first count was for failure to take Logan to a doctor after he burned himself. The second was for failure to report him missing for over 2 weeks. A few months later in July, the pair were also charged with felony murder. Cynthia Davis pled guilty to the charges and was sentenced to 15 years in prison and 20 years of probation. She testified against Shemmerhorn and claimed that Logan was burned in the bathtub on January 7th, but that Shemmerhorn wouldn't allow her to take the 5-year-old to the hospital. He apparently told her to calm herself first. According to Davis, she fell asleep, and then when she woke up, Logan was gone. Shemmerhorn told her that his mother was a nurse, so he'd taken Logan there. Davis said that she never saw her son again after that. Shemmerhorn's mother, Margaret Brando, told investigators that she had last seen Logan on January 8th when she visited the couple at her son's trailer. The 5-year-old was reportedly lying on the couch, still and quiet, only his head sticking out from beneath a blanket as he lay on a love seat. She said she believed he was sleeping. Meanwhile, Shemmerhorn claimed that Davis had taken Logan and his car and left. When she returned, she didn't have Logan with her. Shemmerhorn said he thought Davis had sold her son. He also told authorities that not only had the 5-year-old burned himself, but that a 15-inch television had once fallen on him too. Shemmerhorn's attorney accused Davis of selling Logan, but she denied the allegation. While on the stand, she confessed that she was never held captive by her boyfriend.
And see, what's crazy is a lot of fathers or people who have divorced and split up or whatever, and the kid went with the mom or the kid with the dad, are having this type of issue. Not saying that the son went missing or disappeared or was killed, having that issue of the battle of trying to see their child still be a parent, co-parent, and different things, and they're being lied to and different things, and you're trying to go through the court systems and everything like that, but it usually turns out pretty bad, bro. You hate to see situations like this. That kid never stood a chance.
She did state that she was afraid of him. In May of 2004, a judge dismissed the murder charge and one of the child neglect charges that had been laid against Schermerhorn, citing a lack of evidence. It was Davis's testimony that accounted for much of the evidence against him, but her statements were determined to be self-serving and inconsistent. As we mentioned earlier, she told numerous different stories about Logan's whereabouts and the circumstances of his disappearance, and on the witness stand, she said she thought he might still be alive. Schermerhorn was convicted on 1 count of child neglect and sentenced to 1 year in prison. His attorney said that he had credit for time already served and may spend only 1 month behind bars. Although Logan's mother has been convicted in connection with his death, his case is still unresolved. The exact circumstances of his death are unknown, and his body has never been found. If Davis really did sell him, he has never been located, and nobody has come forward with any useful information which would help find and identify him. 5-year-old Logan Nathaniel Bowman was last seen on January 7th, 2003. He is a white male with blonde hair and blue eyes, and when he was last seen, he stood at 3'2" and weighed around 30 pounds. He had decayed teeth, a healing fracture in his left arm, and fresh burns on most of his lower body at the time of his disappearance. If he is still alive, he will be 24 years old. If you have any information about Logan's disappearance, you can call the Grayson County Sheriff's Office on 276-773-3241.
And see, that's why not everybody deserves kids, bro. Not everybody.
Robert Pride McLeod. Our final case location this month comes from an anonymous patron who chose the town of Harrogate in North Yorkshire, England. 49-year-old Robert Pride McLeod stood at 5'2" and weighed just 70 pounds when he showed up in Harrogate in January of 2007. During a visit to the town's hospital, he declared himself homeless and as a result was given a room at the local hostel named Cavendish House on Robert Street. The small hostel, which no longer exists, consisted of 7 rooms and 1 flat, all of which were occupied at the time of Robert's death. The 49-year-old checked into the hostel at around 11:45 p.m. on January 12th. He was given a first-floor room. Little is known about Robert's background and earlier life, and it is unclear how he came to be homeless. Before moving to Harrogate, he had been living with friends in the village of Birtswith for years. It was later discovered that he had changed his name from Timothy to Robert around 5 years prior to his death. Additionally, the 49-year-old had a heart condition, suffered from psychiatric issues, and required a wheeled frame to help him walk. 3 days after Robert checked in, on January 15th, his room was found empty. It wasn't until a week later, on January 21st, that his body had been found in the cellar of the hostel. He had suffered from a head injury after being beaten, and although it was clear he'd been murdered, the coroner, who expressed disgust at the fact the 49-year-old had been left to die so heinously, was forced to record an open verdict, as authorities were unable to garner enough evidence and information to prove otherwise. Not much has been documented about the investigation into Robert's death. After his post-mortem revealed he had suffered head injuries, the police opened a murder investigation, although they failed to ever crack the case. During the initial inquiry, 3 people, including 1 man, 1 woman, and a 17-year-old, were arrested on suspicion of murder and conspiracy to pervert the course of justice, but were never charged. Later on in the investigation, 3 other youths were arrested, although again, no charges were made. Reportedly, on the day of Robert's death, a 17-year-old was having a birthday party at the hostel where other young people were present. The group engaged in drinking and taking marijuana. Detectives believe that it was during this time the 49-year-old was lured into the cellar where he was assaulted and left to succumb to his injuries. According to one investigator, a female witness heard Robert being bounced off the walls and doors and later saw him lying in a pool of blood. The witness didn't call for help or intervene, however.
Why? Ow. How hard is it to say something? Get them off of them. Call the police, something. Stop it.
She was afraid for her own safety. She retreated to her room.
I get that to a certain extent, though.
Where she locked herself in. Detectives have said that those who knew he was down there did not attempt to save him or call for help, with Detective Sergeant Matt Walker saying he was left to die in a cold, damp, dark environment in the middle of winter. In more recent years, Robert's case has been reopened twice, once in 2015 and once more in 2017. But despite fresh appeals for information and a £5,000 reward, the case is still cold. It is currently being handled by the North Yorkshire Police's Major Crimes Unit. In 2017, Detective Sergeant Walker told the media that he believed several suspects and witnesses had previously lied to the police. Investigators have also suggested that back in 2007, people may have been reluctant to speak with them, but that loyalties may have changed over a decade later. They were also hopeful that new forensic science techniques would lead to a result, although so far, this has sadly not been the case. If you have any information about Robert's demise, you can call North Yorkshire's Major Investigation Team at 01609 643 147, or alternatively you can call Crime Stoppers anonymously on 0800 555 111. And there.
See, clearly, when people at that hostel were intimidated. You don't witness something like that and don't say nothing. That many people, nobody, you mean to tell me nobody out of the amount of people that either saw him beaten or left for dead didn't want to get him some help? That many people, because it said was a lot of people that possibly saw him, so didn't want to get him some type of help? Authorities called something, stop it maybe? Somebody's intimidating them. So, man, like I said, bro, each state, I'm pretty sure, has some sort of cold case that will just make your bones shiver. Like, I feel so bad for that little boy, man. You can't choose, I always say that, you can't choose your parents, man. And unfortunately, he was unlucky and had to be born to those parents, man, who didn't deserve him. These are the type of stories, man, that it make you look at things different, bro. And it makes you look at yourself and evaluate how good you have it. Because others don't have it that good. And things that we take for granted. You know what I mean? So, but y'all get at me in the comment section, man. Leave a like, share the video, and stick around. And stay tuned. Till the next reaction, I'm gone. Peace. So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy L, and I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute, man. So what if I told y'all there was a hotel, right, that's cursed, that never had like a single guest? Nobody's ever stayed there, I'm guessing. That's according to the title. Title is This Cursed Hotel That's Never Had a Single Guest. What does that sound like to me, right? Haunted, plagued with ghosts and paranormal beings, demons, maybe murders, maybe somebody was killed there several times. Bates Hotel, maybe. I don't know. But it just seems fishy, and I want to learn about it. I want to hear about it. So we're going to check this video out. If you're new to the channel, man, hit the subscribe button, join the fam, and let's check this out.
The cold, dank city fog. A massive triangular monolith erupts from the skyline. The city of boxy, concrete apartment blocks below can't match up to the sheer size of this bizarrely shaped building, which reaches 1,083 feet into the sky. Despite its foreboding appearance, it's actually a hotel that's a little taller than France's Eiffel Tower or New York's Chrysler Building. With 3.9 million square feet of usable floor space and 3,000 rooms, it's big enough to rival some of the largest hotels in the world. It was even designed to include casinos and nightclubs, so you think it'd be bustling with life. But despite its shiny facade, this hotel has never welcomed a single guest, and has actually laid empty for almost 30 years. With all that information, can you guess where this incredibly creepy hotel is? Well, brace yourself, because I promise you're not going to believe what I'm about to tell you.
Where that look like to y'all? Maybe where? Maybe, I don't know, LA maybe? I don't even begin to know.
So did you guess someplace in America? Maybe a forgotten city in Russia? Perhaps China? Well, that would make sense, being the superpowers that they are. But no, this hotel is actually in one of the most repressive countries on Earth. North Korea. Yep, this is the Rugong Hotel, found in the country's capital of Pyongyang. For those who don't know, North Korea, officially known as the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, or DPRK, is ruled by the socialist dictatorship of the Kim family. Since 1948, 3 generations of the Kim bloodline have ruled the country with absolute authority, with its military-first policies and oppressive regime making it many enemies around the world. For these reasons, North Korea doesn't have the best trading or tourism relationships with other countries, so they only receive about 300,000 foreign visitors a year. It may sound like a lot, but compared to South Korea's 17.5 million, it's hardly a drop in the ocean. So why would they ever need a 3,000-room hotel? Well, to understand that, we need to hop in our time machine and rewind all the way back to 1986. However, this time machine relies on the YouTube currency of likes and subscribes, so if you haven't already, be sure to hit those buttons down below. All done? Great. Now let's get our time travel on. Here we are, 1986. The Cold War between the US and the Soviet Union was still raging, and this extended over to Korea. The North backed the Soviets, but the South backed the US, making them less than friendly neighbors. But this war was fought with perceived strength rather than battles, and South Korea wasn't afraid to show off. In 1986, a South Korean firm backed the construction of the Stamford Hotel in Singapore, the tallest hotel in the world at the time. The South was also getting ready to host the 1988 Olympics, which was a huge democratic middle finger to North Korea. But instead of getting mad, North Korea decided to get even. They organized the 1989 World Festival of Youth and Students, which was a kind of socialist version of the Olympics. To accommodate the 22,000 participants, Pyongyang's airport was extended. They built a brand new 150,000-seat stadium and began construction of the 3,000-room Rugong Hotel. At 105 stories high, it'd steal the title of tallest hotel away.
Wait. So this was done out of spite? Out of spite? Bro, pettiness at its all-time high.
From the South, and put North Korea on the map. Not only that, but there are only 21 buildings in the world today boasting more than 100 floors. So this was a serious show of strength for the time. It was a big task though, because North Korea didn't have access to a lot of advanced construction materials, such as steel. So they'd have to make do with what they had plenty of: concrete. But without enough steel reinforcement, concrete isn't structurally sound enough to make massive skyscrapers, which is why it was designed as a set of 3 wings, each inclined by 75 degrees, that rose from a wide base to a tapered top. They'd converge at the top 15 floors, which would house world-class restaurants, one of which would revolve, along with several observation decks. If all went well, this was going to be the jewel in North Korea's architectural crown. But that would turn out to be one really big if. Construction began in 1987, but when the festival rolled around in 1989, the hotel was nowhere near finished. They claimed engineering issues had set the project back, but that it would open in 1992 to celebrate the Supreme Leader Kim Il-sung's 80th birthday instead. However, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and by 1992, North Korea's economy had tanked. The project was halted due to lack of funds, leaving an unfinished, ugly concrete pyramid haunting Pyongyang's skyline. Not exactly the birthday gift Kim Il-sung was hoping for. To make matters worse, Japanese papers revealed the building had cost North Korea a staggering $750 million to build.
Goodness! Oh, that made my chest hurt. Golly!
Cost North Korea a staggering $750 million to build. At the time, this was a whopping 2% of their GDP. Man, everything that could go wrong had gone wrong.
See, that's why you can't build nothing out of spite, bro. If your foundation is built upon you doing this to outshine or show up or just being petty, man, it's not gonna work out. It's all like, you believe in energies, man. The energy you put out is what you gonna get back, bro. And this thing was built upon just, it just wasn't, it didn't have the right foundation, man. It didn't have the right reasonings behind why we're doing this.
It was as if the project was cursed. And like any good curse, it was going to last for quite a while. For 16 years, the uncompleted structure remained with no windows, fixtures, or fittings.
Wow.
Even the rusty old construction crane stuck at its peak became too corroded to use. They could have demolished the structure, but that would have shown the rest of the world that they didn't have the finances or power to finish what they'd started. So with demolition off the table, they had no choice but to leave the newly nicknamed Hotel of Doom alone. But the government was so embarrassed by the unfinished landmark that there were reports of officials airbrushing it out of the skyline in photos. It wasn't completely abandoned.
Complete eyesore, right? It's now an eyesore.
Though. Large celebrations saw the structure used as part of some impressive firework displays. But still, if you're going to spend 2% of your country's entire GDP on something, do you really want it to be a glorified Roman candle? But then, in 2008, under the reign of Kim Jong-il, construction started again. The North Korean government had made an investment deal with the Egyptian company Orascom, who were also paid to provide the country with a 3G network. They laughed in the face of the curse claims and struck a deal worth $400 million, $180 million of which would go towards finishing the hotel. And let's be fair, there's no one better at building pyramids than the Egyptians. However, back in the 1990s, a visiting member of the European Chamber of Commerce, who'd been granted access to the construction site, claimed it was in an irreparable state. The masonry was crumbling, the elevator shafts were crooked, and the construction materials used were substandard at best. Nevertheless, the brand new opening date of the Rugong was announced for 2012, just in time to mark the 100th anniversary of Kim Il-sung's eternal reign. It looked like the curse was finally lifting. By 2011, the exterior was finally complete. Glass panels were installed on the outside, giving it a super modern and sleek appearance. But bizarrely, the inside was nowhere near finished. In 2012, the year of its supposed opening, a group of tourists were granted a one-time visit to the heart of the hotel. If they were expecting the inside to match the outside, then they would have been sorely disappointed. Vast expanses made of hard, cold concrete greeted them from every angle, without any furnishings, fittings, or furniture. It wasn't even hooked up to the main power grid. At least the view from the top didn't disappoint. Even so, it was clear it would take a miracle for the Rugong to be open by the end of the year. In late 2012, German luxury hotel group Kempinski surprisingly announced that Rugong would partially open under its management in mid-2013. This would be a little late to celebrate that all-important 100th anniversary, but by this point, I bet the North Korean government just wanted to get this thing finished. However, the curse struck again a few months later, when, without warning, Kempinski pulled out of the deal. The brand new Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un had been conducting a lot of threatening nuclear tests, which led to hefty sanctions of luxury import items being placed on North Korea. For Kempinski, being unable to get luxury items into their luxury hotel put a huge dampener on this big deal. So they quickly and quietly walked away. There were also rumors that Kempinski didn't trust the hotel's structural integrity, which would turn out to be with good reason. In 2014, a 23-floor apartment building in Pyongyang suddenly collapsed, with around 92 families believed to have tragically perished in the accident. The state media reported that construction had not been done properly. Not exactly what anyone looking to invest in a hotel in the area would want to hear. So, with Kim's nuclear maneuver and Pyongyang's construction crisis scaring away the foreign investors, the hotel remained untouched for a further 3 years. By 2017, 30 years after construction first started on this economy-breaking hotel, it still wasn't open. A brief flurry of activity was seen in
You would think somebody like me is in charge at this point. Because for me, I wouldn't have gave up either. I'm not going to admit to defeat. You know what I mean? I'm going to go down fighting. Like, I'm not... So I can understand that aspect of it when it comes to that. But this thing, it's not looking like it's ever going to get finished. Everybody's trying to make an attempt to it. But the more the years go by, man, you're talking about concrete, fam. Like, we all see what happens with concrete over the years. Yeah. I feel the more time goes on, I expect a full, demolition of this thing.
2016, with several rooms at the very top spotted with lights on. But the Hotel of Doom remained shut. Many doubted it would ever open its doors, while others wondered if it was secretly being converted into something else, like an evil lair, or maybe a huge indoor water park. Well, whatever they thought, it's still closed. But then, one night...
That's true, too. They could be using it for something else, and nobody would ever... They just hearing that, hey, we just can't get it complete. Something else could be going on. That's a good thought.
In 2018, the very top of the hotel suddenly burst into color. Like a bright red beacon in the darkness, the North Korean flag was beaming from the hotel's pyramid top. A few months later, and the entire front face of the Rugong also started to light up at night, with a variety of images and short repeating videos. This soon became a huge beaming propaganda machine in the evenings, displaying a looping 4-minute program with a variety of political slogans, while the cone at the top projected a huge North Korean flag. Apparently, it still lights up every evening between 7 p.m. and 10 p.m., but out in the dark like that, it kind of resembles the ever-watchful eye of Sauron, as if North Korea wasn't like Mordor enough already. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a couple of hobbits nearby asking for directions to the nearest volcano. But hang on, back up. Where exactly did this giant light display come from? It turns out that a huge light wall made up of more than 100,000 LEDs had been covertly installed and financed by Orascom. Man, these guys really know how to make a dank pyramid. Now, you might be wondering, why, on 2 occasions, has Orascom offered to help build a hotel when their deal was mainly for 3G network coverage? Well, if you take a close look at the Rugong, it turns out the top of the hotel has some sort of signal tower, which I'm willing to guess belongs to Orascom. While some elements of the deal were kept private, they did reveal that they'd invested even more money into the hotel, which will apparently be repaid when it becomes operational. Although the when part of that poses a bit of a problem, because the government hasn't put it...
That's like you making a bet with somebody and them never paying. Like they just reneged on the bet, fam. Like, that's what this is at this point, because I don't think you're going to get your money.
An opening day for the hotel in their calendars. In 2019, a new sign was optimistically posted above the main entrance, but since then, the doors have remained firmly shut. So instead of stealing the crown of the world's tallest hotel from South Korea, as it was intended to all those years ago, it's now listed as the world's largest unoccupied building in the Guinness World Records. Or should that be Kim Jong-un occupied? I'll see myself out for that one. Now, maybe I'm missing something here, but wouldn't covering a hotel in lights so bright that they can be seen across a city be really distracting to any future guests staying in those rooms? Also, wouldn't the money they spent on the fancy light wall have been better spent, I don't know, completing the inside of the building? With all that being said, it really doesn't seem like the government has any plans to open this as a functioning hotel, despite the...
I think that's what they want us to think, though. I think something's going on inside that building, man. And it's the perfect cover-up. Nobody would ever suspect anything. You wouldn't. You're just looking at this huge eyesore of a building that lights up from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. and that's it. Look inside. Something might be going on in there.
Sign over the door. Maybe they realized the interior decoration costs would be way too expensive, especially considering how few visitors the country actually gets on a yearly basis. And that was before the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, if it isn't going to open its doors in the near future, I could think of a few better things it can be used for other than propaganda. I mean, I don't know about you, but imagine watching a movie on this thing. Or playing a few games of Mario Kart on the 105-story bad boy. Have you got any other idea what it could be used for? Let me know down in the comments. Now, despite the jokes, there's actually a dark undercurrent we haven't explored of the Rugon yet. Its price tag. Now, that $750 million figure may not seem like much considering skyscrapers like London's Shard or Dubai's Burj Khalifa cost around $1.5 billion to build each. But the thing is, most citizens of North Korea live in abject poverty. Recent reports suggest that citizens of this harsh regime earn just 4% of the average South Korean's income. That's a little over $99 a month. Even though the country's economic growth rate is improving, experts believe that the average North Korean's income is dwindling. This is because the rulers of the Hermit Kingdom are more focused on spending money on things such as military, nuclear weaponry, and weirdly ostentatious infrastructure. This boosts their perceived power and dominance to the outside world at the cost of their people. I mean, if the US turned around and claimed it wanted to spend 2% of its GDP on a hotel, there'd be outrage. Now, granted, America's GDP is significantly higher than North Korea's at approximately $21 trillion, but 2% of that is $420 billion. For that, they could build the One World Center 1,335 times over. They could probably turn all of Central Park into one huge skyscraper. I mean, it would certainly send a message to the rest of the world, but I don't think the citizens of the US would be too happy about it, especially if it remained totally empty afterwards. What a waste of money and space. Okay, that aside, if you were ever to visit North Korea, what would a hotel stay in the least welcoming country in the world actually look like? Well, there are about 8 functioning hotels in Pyongyang, and they're all quite eerily similar. The decor is reminiscent of the 1950s and 60s. The dining rooms are huge and mostly vacant. The stairwells and hallways are dark, power cuts are frequent. They hardly sound inviting. But the strangest thing by far is the little Enigma machines built into the bedside tables. Maybe they're part of the phone system or a radio? What do you think they are? I'll take your best guess because I don't think I'll ever be brave enough to visit and find out. So, do you...
Yeah, me neither. But I'm convinced, yeah, they're doing something in that hotel. That space, all that space, you could... Yeah, man. Yeah. Not sure what, but maybe some type of weapons, or maybe working on some kind of things that they don't want outsiders to be aware of. You know, they already said he spends a ton of money on military and nuclear weapons. What you think could be possibly going on inside that hotel? I don't know. That's crazy. That was something I didn't expect. I did not expect. I expected them to say, you know, some type of event happened, or deaths, or hauntings, or something along those lines. But that's crazy, and the whole reasoning behind it is even crazier. You know what I mean? But you learn something new every day. So y'all get at me in the comment section. Let me know what you thought of this. And yeah, man, the cursed hotel that never had a single guest. Till the next reaction, I'm gone. Peace.
When it comes to new coupe, this the new. Had to cut that bitch out, got a new chain, new watch, new bells.
So what's good, TMG fam? Listen, if you're a fan of the unexplained, the unbelievable, and the strange, you're in the right place today, bro. You're in the right place. We're checking out unexplained sightings you won't want to watch before bedtime. We're going to get right to it. So if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button, join the fam. Moment of silence for the haters. That's enough. Now run the lights up. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Here we go.
Hi, I'm James Laffer and you're watching the Impossible channel. Welcome aboard. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to the channel with notifications on for more videos like this. Just so you have an idea, 6,000 sightings were reported in 2020 alone. That's a lot of sightings, so there must be loads of strange things going on, right? Well, there are. Today we're going to be taking a look at unexplained and mysterious sightings that were recorded on camera. Are you ready? Let's go.
6,000 though? 6,000 though? And you gonna tell me all of those ain't real? Some of those ain't real? Not a few of them? Yeah, right. All right. Okay. Come on.
Mythical stones to fairy tale-like castles and creatures, Scotland is a place full of mysteries. And I guess that one of the most intriguing sightings that ever occurred, and to this day remains a mystery, is the Loch Ness Monster. It all started on May 1933 when a local couple claimed they had seen an enormous animal rolling and plunging on the surface of the Loch Ness. The story then became a media phenomenon, and from then on, many people claimed they have seen or photographed this mysterious creature. In 1975, an expedition combining a sonar and underwater photography was done, and they actually took a picture of what they believed to be an unknown aquatic animal. There were many other expeditions with sonar and underwater equipment to prove the existence of this monster, and some of them believed to have captured something strange. Now, to this day, there are those who believe that this story is a complete hoax.
That boat is way too small to be in the ocean like that. Look how close you are. Some just swim past you, knock you over, and then you food. You food at that point. Lunchtime, come get me.
Now, to this day, there are those who believe that this story is a complete hoax, and others who believe it is real. On October 5th, 2021, Richard from Richard Outdoors YouTube channel was in Scotland raising money for the Alzheimer's Society. He was located 62 miles from Fort Williams to Inverness, and they were camping in the region. Everything seemed to be going smooth, and they were not looking for any sort of monster or creature. They were just having fun. When this happened.
Fort Augustus, we got Loch Ness ahead for a couple of long paddle days. So we'll see what we can do today, and I think finding camping spots is going to be one of the more difficult things, so we're just going to paddle until we see somewhere suitable. But
Richard and his friends paddled to the Loch Ness and found a good camping spot. Then they decided to use a drone to capture some footage. This is what they captured on camera. Flying by the camping area with his drone, Richard apparently captured an unidentified creature, a huge, unknown creature that actually looks like what's believed to be the Loch Ness Monster. The video went instantly viral and it became a discussion. Is this the Loch Ness Monster or is it something else? Keep in mind that Richard Outdoors YouTube channel is focused on camping, fishing, and outdoor activity. This is the only video found on his channel that features such a phenomenon.
I don't care what it is, but it's like the way my mind thinks, it's sitting there waiting on somebody to get in the water. That's what it's waiting on. So had y'all not caught that drone footage and somebody just got in the water, lunchtime, food.
In other words, this might be the real deal, but I'm not too sure. What is your take? Now, I don't know about you, but one of my favorite things to do at night is observe the stars, the moon, the sky in general. To me is a complete mystery. And to be honest, most of the times, nothing special happens. At most, I'll see a comet or a meteor and that's it. But things were a bit different for a group of friends located in Montenegro when they suddenly started noticing something strange in the sky. The entire town was lit up by this mysterious pulsating light that was captured on camera and published on xWATAH's Instagram page. They published with the following description: I got amazing footage from Montenegro this night. What is happening? Is this an extremely rare phenomenon or something else? Now there were other videos that were recorded of this event. Take a look. Now some say that this could be...
See, now this is the perfect time to do something if you think about it. When it's because it sounded like it was raining there. During thunderstorms and heavy rains and you know what I mean, tropical storms, different things like that. That's the best time for them to try, experiment on something, do different things, or for things to show up. Why? Because most people are inside. They're not really paying attention to what's going on outside. They're not.
Be a red sprite or something like that. Now, red sprites are large-scale electric discharges that occur high above thunderstorm clouds at about 50 miles above in the mesosphere. Now, the thing about this colorful phenomena is that they're extremely tricky to capture on camera. The flashes last just lengths of a second and can be very hard to see with the naked eye. So this just might be something else. In your opinion, what is going on here, and have you ever seen anything like this? when it comes to strange and unexplained sightings, there are many of them happening all over. Just so you have an idea, in 2018 alone, 3,400 sightings were reported in the United States of America. Surprisingly, in 2020, this number jumped to 6,000 sightings. Now remember that this is just in the United States of America. If you consider that these kind of events are happening all over, the number is way higher. And it was no different in Colombia a couple of months ago when Jose Alberto Garcia Ramirez captured something truly bizarre on camera in the city of Versalles. Check this out.
Ay, borra, está cayendo frío. Uy, marica, el Señor bendiga a esa gente que va allá arriba. Ojalá no les va a pasar nada. Uy, bendito Dios, paz. Ay, borra, está cayendo algo. ¿Qué es eso, peor? Para un avión. Venga, 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 corra. ¿Eso qué es, huevo? Eso es un avión, papi, eso es un avión. Era, huevo. Mira, amor, ¿qué es eso? Claro, marica. ¿Qué es eso?
A ver,
No, no, porque ahorita sonaba como un avión.
Jose and part of the neighborhood were baffled by what they were seeing. At first, they thought that this could be some sort of airplane. It was when all of a sudden it simply disappeared out of thin air. They finally figured that it couldn't be an airplane, it was something else. Now some believe that this could be some sort of military flare, however it is not common in this region. Not only that, flares usually burn in a bright red color, which is not the case. Others think that this could be some sort of meteor or maybe an object that entered the atmosphere and for some reason it lit up for a few minutes and then disappeared. In your opinion, what is going on here? Now I don't know about you, but nowadays many people install Ring cameras, security cameras in their homes and offices for peace.
I'm not a spokesman for them, but if you ain't got one, get you one, man.
Of mind. For instance, if you go traveling or if you go out of town for a while, it's good to have access to what's going on around it, even if you live in a safe area. Atalia Nessavilla lives in Maranhão, Brazil, and she has a bar where she installed CCTV cameras for security reasons. One late night, her and her friends were closing the bar down when she noticed a motorcycle approaching. Check this video out. In the video, you can see two transparent humanoid figures crossing the road. They actually notice it and start to panic. Atalia then shows us the same moment from a different...
Now the only difference between me and them is the bike is faster than your feet. I'm not getting off the bike. If anything, I'm turning to go the other way. You know what I'm saying? I don't be understanding what's wrong with people's survival skills nowadays. But the bike is faster than your feet. Nah, I'm staying on that.
Perspective and a different camera. We can see a motorbike, and the moment it stops, something spawns from it. Apparently a bicycle or another motorbike with two people on it. What's even creepier about this video is that they noticed something that they couldn't understand and they panicked. I've watched the CCTV video over and over and I can't seem to figure out exactly where this bicycle is coming from. It apparently appears out of nowhere the moment the motorbike stops. And what makes it all even more unexplained is the fact that we have, from another angle, two transparent dark humanoid figures crossing the road. Which could mean that Atalia captured some sort of evidence of the paranormal, or even maybe what some believe to be a glitch in the Matrix, as if we are living in some sort of simulation. Now, I'm not too sure exactly what's going on here. You tell me what you think.
No.
Now, what's curious is that...
I tell you what, again, I'm not getting off that bike, bro. Nah, especially the lady with the kid. You can move both of y'all faster on that bike.
Hundreds of years ago, sightings of strange creatures and mysterious lights in the sky happened, but we would rely on paintings and people telling their stories. Nowadays, because of technology, we rely on photographs, videos, and now we have drones. Just so you have an idea, in 2021 alone, there were 800,000 drones registered in the United States. That's a lot of drones recording everything around them. In Tennessee, a person was doing a flyover in an unknown location when this was captured on camera.
Tree shaker.
In the video, we can see what appears to be a tree being cut. However, if you watch the video closely, it's not being cut. It's being ripped off by something huge. And in just a couple of seconds, the tree is going to be thrown from one side to the other and then carried on to some other place. If you observe closely, this can't be a group of people or any known machine. The tree is being ripped off in a very organic manner, and it all happens too quick, which suggests this has to be some sort of huge creature. If you observe closely,
like a scene out of Jurassic Park, when you seen like you knew like something big was coming and the trees just start moving funny.
In this exact moment, the tree is being carried away like it's some sort of stick. I have to say, I've never seen anything like this, and it also caught the attention of whoever was filming with the drone. Now, looking for strange structures in the woods, I found many videos pertaining Bigfoot. This is one of them.
I ain't gonna say it's Bigfoot, but well, look at the trees. Somebody tore down the trees, but you might got somebody who's a killer, like seeking refuge out there somewhere. That's what I would think. Need a trail cam out there.
A hunter finds a spot in the woods where things just don't look right. I don't see a human being doing something like this. It has to be something else. But what?
Right here on the trail, twisted off, number 1. Right here, number 2, we can see a bunch of stuff that's kind of pushed down. Actually, right there's a big stack of stuff all leaning against a tree. Why? I don't know.
Harry Reid, unfrequented YouTube channel, captured something similar that other hunters have been capturing all over the woods.
And look at this pile of sticks. I'm gonna get closer to show you guys. I could see it with my headlamp.
Whoa. Ah.
Oh, look at this.
That's cool.
Like, I see this stuff on my property all the time.
Behind. Right there, that's broken. This one's broken off.
And then we've got sticks like going through it.
In your opinion, what is going on here? Could this actually be Bigfoot or maybe something else? Now, if there's one beautiful place with unexplained and strange sightings, that's India. On June 2020, a meteor-like object fell from the sky and left locals baffled by it. The next day, locals in Jalore actually found the supposed meteor. This is what was captured on camera.
Y'all lucky that ain't me filming. It would have been like this. What's about to happen? You know what I'm saying? Like, I salute that person for being calm, but you're actually, if you think about it and put it in context, you're actually watching a meteor fall about to hit the earth. And you're just sitting there filming it. Like you can possibly have no repercussions from it. I guess I just think different. And then they walk up on it and poke it with a stick. Come on, man. You can't make this up. They just gonna walk up on it. Is it dead? Is it real? And then it release some type of gases that kill everybody who's in a 10-mile radius. And you was there poking it with a stick.
They were trying to dig the object out. However, it seems like it's still too hot.
No.
Eventually, they ended up finding this bizarre looking rock that supposedly fell from the sky. Exactly 1 year later, a very strange sighting was reported in Gujarat and many other cities in western India. This is what happened.
Take that rock home and they be like, oh, and then you hear stories several years later. Anybody who possessed this rock, they died within 7 days, a horrific death, and those who surrounded them. Man, just leave stuff where it is, bro. Stop feeling like you gotta take something home.
Locals were baffled by multiple fiery balls that started appearing in the sky out of nowhere. This happened in different cities in Gujarat. Experts believe that this could be some sort of satellite. However, if you compare, it doesn't look like Starlink or anything like that. In your opinion, why are so many of these strange sightings happening lately? Like for instance this one in Jackson, Mississippi, captured by T. Wingfields.
It doesn't look like it's shining from anything, is it?
So you heard me in the back, pull over! Get off on the next exit. We going back the other way. Like, I'm screaming at it. Pull over.
Thing, like, there's nothing on the ground. Like, we're almost right below it now. I don't know. It's so crazy.
Even the kid is smart.
Wait, yeah, I have no possible explanation for this whatsoever. Even traffic said there was a delay. I think this is the delay. What in the heck?
T. Wingfield and her family are baffled by what they are seeing. They can't seem to explain it, and neither can I. Apparently, a source of light coming from behind the clouds is shining just above them. And there's a certain moment they actually go directly below it, and there's no source of light that could be causing this from the ground. So, what exactly is going on here? Now just imagine the following situation. It's 2:30 in the morning, you're sleeping at your house, you have to wake up early in the next day. When all of a sudden you hear a streaking and loud sound that comes from outside, apparently the sky. The thing is, the sound doesn't stop, and you can't go back to sleep. So what you do is you go outside to check it out. This is sort of what happened with David Manny, one of our subscribers, and this happened in Hacienda Heights in California. Check this out.
What the hell is that sound? It's coming from the northeast. It's 2:37 in the morning. It's raining out now.
David says he woke up, this sound was going on and on. He says it lasted for about 20 minutes before he started recording it. Now, this isn't the only video that portrays such a bizarre and unexplained sound. In Germany, something similar was captured on camera. Check this out.
Was ist das? Ich habe keine Ahnung, der Junge da unten guckt auch.
And second question is, why the little kid just standing there like that, huh? Huh? Is he possessed? See, nowadays y'all got me thinking everybody possessed now. I'm looking at everybody strange. You stand still for more than about 5-10 seconds, something ain't right. Something ain't right. It's in you. It's in you.
Such a phenomenon is coined a skyquake, and it's a loud booming sound that is reported to originate from the sky. To this day, no one knows exactly what causes it. Some say it might be industries, others say that it has to do with tectonic movement or earthquakes. However, it's still a mystery. What could it be, and have you ever heard it yourself? In certain cultures, the paranormal, ghosts, spirits, or the other side are believed and respected. The thing is, in some of these cultures, they try to contact the other side in hopes of talking to people they no longer can reach on this side. Now, even though this is sort of common in certain cultures, there is what they believe to be evil entities. In Colombia, a family was having trouble sleeping in their home when all of a sudden one day they started hearing noises coming from one of the rooms. One of the sons tells the father to go check it out. He just doesn't want to go in there, he feels a dark presence. This is what happened.
Uy, no, sea serio, no pongan a jugar así que lo asustan a uno. Pero quieto, no, venga, quieto.
The two boys seem troubled by something and they tell their father, "There's something in my room." He takes it seriously, thinking it's maybe a burglar or something like that, and he tells the boys to stay there while he checks it out. This is what he saw.
No, venga, quieto. No me empuje, ya se vio, ay usted, quieto. Mire, sí, no hay nada, son bien mentirosos, de ahí no hay nada, son bien...
It seems the father captures what appears to be a shadow person, a well-known entity, an evil one. Now, by their reaction, I believe this video could be real, and it's a very rare thing to capture one of these entities on camera. In your opinion?
Didn't seem fake to me. At the same time, I salute this father.
Is this the real deal or not? And have you ever seen such an entity? Well, this is it for today, but we do...
And see, I started thinking in my mind, okay, when your kids tell you something like that, and then y'all do find out that it is some validity to it, okay, how long has that person been there? How long have they been in the walls? How long have they been staying there? What was their intentions? Were they gonna kill us in our sleep? Like believe your kids sometimes. Nah, you ain't gotta believe them all the time. You know what I mean? Kids do lie. It's true. It's true. They do lie. But sometimes you gotta listen to them, man. You gotta listen to them, bro. And in that case right there, we wasn't coming back. After Pop saw what he saw, and if that was real, you can have it. You got it. I'm gonna leave you the keys at the front door. There you go. Place is all yours. All yours. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. Definitely unexplainable. Definitely strange. And whether you believe it or not, it could be real, bro. That's the crazy part about these videos. So y'all get at me in the comment section. Let me know what you think. And now stick around and stay tuned to the next reaction. I'm gone. So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy Ellen. I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute. So, time to see some craziness. If you're all about craziness, you in the right spot tonight, baby. So this is the most mind-blowing That's Impossible videos 1 million subscriber edition. All right, so I'm interested to see what they put together. Shout outs to That's Impossible for hitting 1 million subscribers, man. Go show them some love. Keep running them up. All right, if you're new here, hit the subscribe button, join the fam real quick. Moment of silence for the haters. That's enough. Now run the likes up. Let's check this video. Let's see some craziness.
Like a little ass rock.
Every time I see that, I'm still like, what? How? How?
Hi, I'm James LaFleur and you're watching the Impossible channel. Welcome aboard. Today we're going to be celebrating 1 million subscribers, all thanks to you guys. And I decided to do a compilation of our best videos, our best unexplained, mysterious, and creepy videos. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to the channel with notifications for more videos like this. I just want to thank you guys for helping us reach 1 million subscribers, and I hope to be here with you guys for the next 1 million subscribers. Let's go.
Now, I'm pretty sure that most myths, like dragons or the Loch Ness Monster, they must come from somewhere. I'm not saying
I don't care where they came from. I see that, I'm out. I'm out.
that these creatures exist. Probably at some point in history, something like that was seen.
I'm videotaping them.
In these videos, for instance, we have the Ogopogo, a creature that has been sighted a number of times in Okanagan Lake in Canada. The legend of this creature is similar to Loch Ness Monster. Unfortunately for us right now, many sightings have occurred and some of them were actually videotaped. But it's not just the Ogopogo. In Kaliko Lake, for example, a very similar creature was caught on camera. The person who is taping this screams out loud, "Be careful," to a group of people nearby. There is little to no explanation to what these creatures really are and where they come from. This video, for instance, was uploaded by Enoch YouTube channel in 2015, and he says it was sent by a viewer of his, and this happened in Lake Champlain. As you can see, the creature is massive, and there is no way of this being a hoax. So what could it be?
It's death in the water is what it is. Make sure you ain't in the water. That dude in that little boat, knees gotta be clapping. His knees gotta be clapping, fam. I would be shook.
This next video was taped in Loch Foyle in Northern Ireland, and if you notice, it seems to be a huge creature lurking around the river. It's funny how the people who were taping this actually noticed that it's huge. Whatever it is, I've never seen anything like this, and until today, it hasn't been identified.
No sabemos qué está pasando. Aquí la gente está asustada. Ve, se apagó. Uy, y está sonando. Y eso suena y...
In Ecuador, a strange light in the horizon. People are baffled by it. It seems a rock fell from the sky. In other words, possibly a meteorite. Locals go to this rock to find out what it is, and here is the video. Check this out.
Now, as you can see, locals are baffled by it. They are stirring the rock around. It seems there's smoke coming out of it, which makes me think it's still hot.
Still hot or releasing some dangerous gases that maybe you shouldn't be inhaling. People just, they just don't think.
And what's most intriguing about this video is the point where they're looking at the horizon and there's blue blinking lights in the sky, which is very similar to the situation in New York and many other places where people believe that these lights are coming from some sort of electrical power outage. Maybe not. There is a video a subscriber sent to us last year.
This is GFW airport, and I know it's a bad shot, but this looks like something that happened in New York.
These strange blinking lights in the horizon have been happening a lot lately in, well, all over the place. And this video from Ecuador may shed some light that it may be coming from meteors falling from the sky.
I won't say she's had.
Now, to make this even more mysterious, a video came in this week from Durham County in the UK from a subscriber of something very similar. To me, it is still a mystery why we have so many of these events happening so often lately. If you have any idea, please do leave a comment.
So if you have any idea or answers, leave it in the comments so we can read them, so we can know.
In Japan, there is an object attached to a boulder about 100 kilometers from Azuka Historical Park near the town of Takasako in Japan. The object is a megalith and weighs about 500 to 600 tons. Ichinohoden is the name of the megalith, which is kind of semi-manufactured because it was left in the place where it was built, and clearly it hadn't been completely finished. The Shinto temple is built precisely in that place because the megalith is believed to be holy and people have venerated it since ancient times. There is a large stone reservoir in the shape of a tray underneath the monolith, and it is filled with water. Historians have no other theories as to the purpose of the megalith, although there are clues, however indirect, that Ichinohoden was built by a technologically developed civilization. This seems possible not only because there are no traces from manual work on the material, but also because it is very large. Whoever built it probably experienced no difficulty whatsoever to move 500 tons of rock. In your opinion, why are there so many structures that were built in the past that we have no clue of how they were built, what really happened? Did an ancient and technologically advanced civilization live amongst us, or were we visited by something or someone that is not here anymore for some reason? A tunnel-shaped structure was found on the coast of Russia recently due to earthquake and seismic activity. Now, what is known as the Ring of Fire has been having a lot of seismic activity. Lately, the land level rose, and some say that this structure that wasn't there can now be seen. I tried Google Earth to see if I found this, and I found nothing. Now, there are some theories to this, and one that has been discarded is that this might be some sort of tunnel that was built by prisoners decades ago. Now, because of the way it was built, the size of the blocks, and the material that was used itself, they believe that this was actually built thousands of years ago, and it has much more similarity to the constructions in Machu Picchu than anything else. And not only that, it is a very long structure. They don't actually know where it ends. It seems to go...
See, that's why I was saying it was odd. And they don't even know where it ends at. So that has me even more puzzled. Like, that don't make sense.
Go tens of kilometers away from the beach. In Nicaragua, for example, there is a petroglyph that can be found. It dates 15,000 years ago, and it still baffles experts. Now, talking about petroglyphs, there is a fossil that was found on Google Earth of what is supposed to be a dragon. Now, this thing is huge. It's supposedly 10,000 meters long, and well, I'm not too sure, of course, if this is coming from a dragon or something like that. Check this out. Dragon-like monsters appeared first in Mesopotamian artwork between 2300 and 2100 BC. Now, I'm not...
Dragon? Snake? Maybe. Maybe big snake.
Not too sure again if this is from a dragon or if this is just a coincidence and it looks as if it has an eye or something like that. It sure leaves us a question if the ancient myths are actually myths or not. But still, it is questionable if this is indeed a dragon or something else entirely.
You can see the bigger problem is the erosion, the lining.
Now, talking about dragons or creatures with wings, in Bolivia, vertical tracks of a huge creature were found in a quarry of a cement factory. They obviously had to stop their work and it became a cultural site. Thousands of people from all over the world come to see this place nowadays, and as you can see, the tracks are in 90 degrees vertical. Till today, it is a mystery how this ended up happening. There are thousands of tracks, and it's not only from one creature. So what's going on here?
Good question.
Now, whatever creature it is that left these footprints, it could have been something with wings, like a dragon. But of course, dragons are myths. And well, till today it hasn't been proved that they exist in the past. This very interesting site in Bolivia does leave us with the question.
See, that could be one of those drones we don't know about. Something.
In Saqqara, Egypt, there is a serapeum located northwest of the Pyramid of Djoser. It was a burial place of Apis bulls. Inside this serapeum, there are a series of tombs. Each tomb weighs more than 100 tons, and the rocks in which the tombs were made of are not local. In other words, they had to be made or brought from another place. Now, the crazy thing about this is that there is a underground passageway to where these boxes are located, and it's basically impossible for 2,000 people or more to be carrying these boxes inside of these tunnels towards the chambers where they are found today.
So, yeah, 2,000 people aren't fitting through that or being able to carry that. No, that had to be built inside of there or something like that.
We see the other ones also inside the chambers that's finished. How would this be finished if you don't have space for the people to be working around? Basic and simple question.
So let's just get this bull thing straight. The largest box found inside the serapeum is 7 feet tall. The lid itself weighs more than 50 tons, and it was actually found open. The pathways are really straight, and there are dozens of these boxes inside. Each one of them weighs at least 100 tons. The quality of the finished surface of the body of one of the stones is much superior to the writings found in it, which makes no sense at all. No one knows till this day how the boxes actually were lowered to the chambers where they are at, and it would take 200 people at least to move the lid open. Now, take into consideration that this is a really small place. You can barely fit one person between the box and the wall, and in one of the guides believes that there is a secret passageway, a hidden door of some sort, in one of these chambers.
Yeah. And there used to be other devices, I believe, in this place, which you can see that there is a carving in the wall to house something else. I believe it could be a full store, or what we know as the full store.
Not to mention the fact that they would need light. Today that we have electrical systems, they didn't. They used fire.
You see this, the tunnel itself is all carved in the bedrock.
Right.
So imagine if we turned off this light now.
Aida goes on to explain that if you turn off the lights, you can't see anything. So how did they do this? There are no markings of fire on the walls or on the ceiling.
In the dark, what you're gonna be using? A flame? There is no even markings of any of this in dark. And there are no openings in the ceiling.
The guide continues on to explain that the hallway isn't even wide enough for 2,000 men to carry this megalithic.
Now I'm stumped. Like, how did they do that? He made a lot of sense there with, you know, they had no light, no electrical systems. They had to use fire for light to illuminate places. And it's still no markers to show where fire could have been. I don't know. I'm thrown off.
Box. So how the heck did these boxes get in there? Giant footprints or handprints can actually be found all over if you look in the right place. And recently a video went viral of a giant handprint that was found on Google Earth. Now, I'm not too sure if this is real, in other words, if it is indeed a giant handprint or if it's just a coincidence. Right now, we'll be analyzing this and much more. Let's go.
Pyramid on top of a mountain in Scotland, and I didn't know this existed. Look at the size of that bad boy.
The TikToker The Ali Law found a pyramid on top of a mountain in Scotland, and his video went viral almost instantly. However, this pyramid was built in 1861 by Queen Victoria in memory of her husband Prince Albert. So it is special, but it wasn't something that was built thousands of years ago. Now just imagine, everything that we know about pyramids, ancient civilizations and prehistory was about to change. What if our concept of it was wrong? What if it was something other than us that actually moved those massive blocks of granite and limestone to build those gigantic pyramids?
You think so?
A geologist in West Java, Indonesia, claims that the world's oldest pyramid is located just under these megalithic rocks that can be found scattered all over the place in this mysterious site in West Java. And if this is true, it could rewrite everything that we know about ancient civilization. And this is how the 20,000-year-old pyramid would look like if the claims are true. Who would have built these pyramids 20,000 years ago?
See, that's what fascinates me, man, about the pyramids, bro. I've never been to see anything like that. I think I have to go. That has to be on my list now. You know what I mean? I don't know how I'm gonna get there because y'all know I hate planes.
If you've ever watched The Matrix, the movie, you're probably aware of the theory that we may be living inside of a simulation.
True.
Which is probably not the case. But in any way, a video went viral last week of a soccer ball that actually appears out of nowhere. Check this out. I've watched this video dozens of times and still I can't explain or understand how this is actually going on. But this is not all. In sports, weird things happen also. You've probably seen this video, many people have already.
Now I paid attention to the door that was on the side of the kid the second time he played it to see if it came out the door, or I was looking up as well to try to see if something fell. I didn't see it. That was crazy.
From time to time, it goes viral.
You're gonna have to have surgery again.
What is really going on here, I have no clue at all. Some people would say that this is a legit glitch in the Matrix, others say that this is just something that happens. In this next example, we can see two players talking to each other, but they don't seem like they are human at all. This was published by Frank Kerr YouTube channel in February 2019. and I have never seen this happen so often before.
Look at this. Crazy.
Is that more trade deadline updates? Yes. It was fun last year's All-Star game. This year, Bradley Beal will be a part of it.
Look,
Draft
Bradley Beal's still showing. So this.
Tomorrow.
Look at this thing, son. Look.
Right after what is obviously going to be a thrilling trade deadline, and I have.
It's the kind of thing that if it wasn't caught on camera, probably no one would believe. Posted on March 2019 by Nino YouTube channel, a bird seems to be suspended in midair. Check this out. At first, I think Nino doesn't quite understand what's going on when he sees this object completely frozen in midair. This is when he pulls his car to the side of the road to check out what was really going on, and this is what he sees. Have you ever come across something similar and then you scratch your head and ask yourself, am I really seeing this? Don't be shy, leave a comment.
Could be a balloon. Maybe.
A phenomenon that is being widely discussed this year is unidentified flying objects. It's a subject that intrigues many people, and there's always a cousin, an uncle, or someone that you know that has.
See, now think about this. If someone or something is controlling the weather, and that thing just escaped through that, like it was, the weather was providing cover for it. Like, don't, y'all about to get me on one. Yeah, if you watch that, you know what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. Like, weather was created to form around that, then it took off, went up, made it look like the tornado had eyes, but it wasn't. It was something elevating through it, like it was creating cover for it to leave.
Has encountered such an object.
That's all I'm saying.
Holy sh! What is that?
How was that? It's strange. Nothing that it could be suspended by. Weird.
In some cases, they could be confused for drones, that's for sure, but in other cases, not. The real question is, where are they coming from and where are they going to?
Rápido. Ele cruza. Que diacho é isso, gente?
During thunderstorms, for example, people quite often spot something out of its place, which is the case with this video coming in from Japan. In this next video, for instance, we can see a glowing object swooshing around a person's apartment while she tapes it. Check this out. Some people commented on this video that this object might actually not be a UFO but something like a fairy. It doesn't appear to be a drone. Leave a comment. What is your take?
Istina. Evo ja sam došao, znači na jedno brdo, a mora da se povučem, ljudi. Ovo je mrdnulo.
On October 13th, Melissa Simic went live on Facebook with one of the strangest videos I've come across this year. He describes the video as a mysterious sound that was coming from the sky in the Alps.
Znači nema ništa, kiša počela da pada, kao što vidite.
And strange figures, tall figures, that he encountered, and they apparently had wings which they were moving. He captured all of this on tape, and this is what he saw.
Ne znam ja sam šta je. Evo neki vidite.
He's searching for the sound's origin when he comes across a strange place where there are apparently two figures with wings standing in the dark in the middle of the night. At first he doesn't appear to believe his own eyes, and he goes out to check the rest of the place.
Jer ovdje oko mene, pogledajte ljudi, samo je mrak i učinilo mi se, pogledajte, nema nigdje ništa, vidite, tamo se vidi znači grad.
He comes back to check if the figures are still there, for he's surprised they are. And this time they seem to be moving what appears to be wings. By now he's getting an eerie feeling that maybe he shouldn't be there. Melissa, still going live and taping everything that is going on, is getting a bit scared, and he does what anyone would do, he runs. After analyzing and watching this video a couple of times, I'm not too sure if these are two tall, strange creatures, or if this is some sort of ritual happening at night. What I do understand, however, is that everything is off in this video. The strange sound in the sky, and these two tall figures that are creepy as it can get. I completely understand why Melissa ran, because that would be...
You don't want to get sacrificed. Yes, get up out of there ASAP. I'd have been gone too. Man, please.
Anyone would do in a realistic situation. This is why I believe this is a real video and not a hoax. I'm gonna leave it.
Man, you stumble upon that, you get out of there. If somebody else want to stay, then all they're doing is giving you a head start on them. So you let them do what they want to do, but you get out of there. That's all I'm saying.
That up to you. What do you think is going on here, and what would you do if you were in his situation? Now, when we're talking about the sky, I immediately think about the fact that we may be alone in the universe, or maybe not. However, the real question here is, can it get weirder than sky waves, or a bizarre phenomenon that was captured in Rio de Janeiro, where a streak of light could be seen hanging in the sky? And the answer is yes, it can.
Agora eu vou ter que ficar conectada na bateria para eu não perder a filmagem. É isso que está acontecendo.
In China, a bizarre phenomenon was captured on camera, and here is what was seen. During this event, we can see loads of people taping what appears to be a Fata Morgana. We've talked about this in previous videos, and a Fata Morgana is a complex form of superior mirage that is seen in a narrow band right above the horizon. It has something to do with cold and hot air, and it's caused by atmospheric refraction. However, this particular video, to me at least, does not look like a regular...
So the weather effects causes this like mirror image to form and happen. You know what I mean? People probably are in insane asylums because they thought they were crazy when they see something like that. I know I would.
Fata Morgana. So normally what one would see is the reflection of objects in the horizon up above in the sky. However, in this video it doesn't appear to be exactly what is going on. I can't identify what the objects are, and it pretty much looks like anything but buildings to me. What do you really think is going on here? I don't know about you, but I'm not a really big fan of amusement parks. And there's one that I would definitely think twice before visiting, and that is in Veracruz, Mexico, the Magic Kingdom, in Spanish, Reino Mágico. The thing is, this place has one of the creepiest backstories I've ever heard. In 1985, it was built over the top of an old graveyard. Not surprisingly, after a couple of years when the park was inaugurated, it was shut down and abandoned. And since then, people have been reporting strange things going on inside the park, such as moving shadows and the Snow White statue blinking its eyes. This is when Aida Hernandez's YouTube channel decided to visit it at night with his friends, which was in my opinion a wise decision. In his first visit, only a few minutes after they were at the park, it was like something was following them, and this is what they captured on camera.
A la verga, aguanta. Vean mi gente.
They see something big that at first they believe to be some sort of bird. However, when they shine the flashlight at it, it doesn't seem to reflect light.
Verga, arriba del... ¿Ya viste, güey? Un pájaro. Es como un pájaro, idiota. Graba, güero. Ahí, como... ¿No te da la luz, verga?
¿No está viendo?
On his second exploration of Reino Mágico, Ender and his friends decide to visit the haunted Snow White. This is what they captured on camera.
Tiene cara diabólica, acaba de mencionar, bandita. Acaba de mencionar. Pero a ver. No, güey, pero vete a la verga. Quiero voltear para allá. A ver, verga, muévete, cara de verga. Hay que provocarla, No, que Carlos no quiero voltear, güey. No se juega. Hijo de su puta madre.
Not taking it much seriously, Aida Hernandez tries to taunt the spirit that supposedly possesses the haunted statue. However, this is when things take a very strange turn, and they start seeing shadows and hearing noises.
¿Cómo? Mira, güey, vete a la verga, güey. No te pases de verga, güey. No te pases. ¿Qué es eso, güey? Pues yo qué verga voy a saber. Mira. Güey, pero no huele a humo, güey. ¿Como mierda? Mira. A la verga, la...
Whatever it is that they saw, it could be a djinn. Aida and his friends started taking it more seriously, I guess, and 10 more minutes later, they were out of there. They never returned to the park to make another video. In your opinion, was it all fake, or did they really encounter something unexplainable, something maybe paranormal? And have you yourself ever encountered something similar?
Nope.
Exploring tunnels can be a very dangerous thing to do, mainly if it's an abandoned tunnel. Mr. Omega, a YouTuber, decided to explore one of the longest abandoned tunnels in New Zealand.
Oh man, look at that. There's a vehicle over there that's burnt out too. Oh yeah, man. Over here.
The tunnel is known as Spooner's Tunnel, and it was built in the 1800s. It has 1.4 kilometers of length, and it was never finished.
What? I want to be spending a night in this thing. I don't know about this guy.
Whoa, I thought he said explore, not spend the night. You's a fool. He's a whole fool.
Legend has it that there are strange things that actually occur inside of this tunnel. And Mr. Omega challenged himself to spend the night inside of the tunnel. And this is what happened.
I don't know if you guys can hear this on the camera, but something... What is that?
After spending countless hours inside of the tunnel and vlogging about it, he hears a strange noise and decides to explore a little more to find out exactly what is going on.
Hello? What is that? Max? That's just creepy. What the hell? Is anyone here? What is that? Oh.
This is when he spots a stranger hiding in the dark.
Did y'all see Max? Max was gone.
Only waiting for him to pick up the toy, distracted, and
Max
who knows do what next.
You ain't gotta worry about Max. Max was gone. He's safe.
There are some things that we can't see, but they are just as frightening as any other mysterious sighting out there, such as the bizarre sounds that people have been hearing all over.
Hola, aquí estoy otra vez. Desde el puerto de Mazarrón. Y bueno, como podéis ver, a mi perra la tengo muy nerviosa.
This year in 2020, it happened in Colombia. Check this out.
Otra vez.
Diego Franco and many others captured what sounded like an airplane at first. The problem is, it endured 4 minutes. And when it stopped out of nowhere, without any echo of sort. It was captured all over Medellin in Colombia, and whatever this thing was, locals were pretty much frightened, and I can completely understand why. Now imagine you're home, watching TV, there's a big storm coming in the horizon, and all of a sudden, you hear an eerie scream coming from what appears to be the sky. Exactly what happened to Daniel Robb, and he got the chance to record this. Check this out.
Okay, so I went ahead and jumped on my bike, and I'm trying to like hunt this sound down, and I can't find it. It's still like way off in that direction somewhere. You hear that? It's coming from...
It all started when Daniel Robb decided to go live on Facebook when he heard this strange sound, which makes me think this is not fake in any sort of way.
It's like a scream. It's...
What did we call it? What was it? Was that Skyquakes? I'm gonna be mad I can't remember. Was it Skyquakes? That's a name or a term for those noises like that.
So freaking loud, and it's coming from up in the air, like up there. It's been going on now. What is that?
This happened in the year of 2020 in Bryan, Texas. At first, Daniel starts taping from behind his window where he feels safe.
A second ago? What the f? Dude, that's coming from like up in the sky outside of my apartment.
After a few minutes, Daniel can't deal with his curiosity and he gets out of his home and goes after the sound himself.
I've never heard anything like that. Right now it sounds like bearings, like... Right now here, it's gonna scream. Newspaper and find out what this is. I'm in the middle of a parking lot with a metal...
The sound seems to shift while he's recording it, and then he goes on to explain how the weather was really weird that day.
And then we just had some really strange weather all day, like on again, off again. We had big, humongous hail coming down. We had sunshine, we had thunderstorms, lightning.
Usually these mysterious sounds are caused by an unusual geologic event or something like that. There usually is an explanation, but in some cases it remains unexplained, which is the case with Daniel Robb and many others. Please do leave a comment if you have any idea or if you have heard something similar. A video that was shared on social media by Victor H. Gutierrez in Mexico shows a fire on the ground which then launches into the air while the family that is recording the video can be heard in the background. It was recorded in the city of Monterrey in the northeastern Mexican state of Nuevo Leon, which is a place apparently full of witch sightings.
He said witch, right? Where is this at so I know not to go there ever?
The city of Monterrey is recording the video can be heard in the background. It was recorded in the city of Monterrey in the northeastern Mexican state of Nuevo Leon, which is a place apparently full...
Note to self. Not going where no witches at.
...full of witch sightings.
Nope.
However, Mexico is not the only place haunted by witches. In Saudi Arabia, both YouTubers Asmar Bar and Ahmad Salih decide to investigate an abandoned warehouse.
I remember this video.
The abandoned warehouse is said to be haunted by a witch or a female jinn. and both YouTubers went together to live stream the event. Now what is very important to say here is that they were live streaming, so in other words, it's very difficult to make this a hoax or to fake this, because if anything would have gone wrong, then they would be completely debunked, which wasn't what happened. Their video went viral and it's very obvious to me why. Now this is what happened. It all starts when Asmar Bar spots a tall shadowy figure at the end of the hallway. He realizes that this may be the jinn they're looking for, so he runs after it and he enters one of the rooms. While Asmar Bar is inside one of the rooms looking for this tall figure, Ahmad Salih spots the same figure in the opposite side of the hallway where Asmar Bar was at a couple of seconds ago.
I still don't understand that anything tall with a black robe on looking like the Grim Reaper, I'm not chasing behind it. I'm not chasing. That's like you're chasing death and you wanting to catch up to it. No.
Ahmad Salih, now confused, thinks his friend was playing a prank on him and then starts to question him, now in a very angry and upset tone. 15 minutes later, with both their live feeds running, they encounter the witch once again, but this time it was a bit different. Now again, this is very important to point out. Both YouTubers had their live streams running, and by now they were pretty sure that there was something there watching them all along. And I guess that what happens next is by far one of the creepiest things I've ever seen during a ghost hunt on a live stream.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
Asmar Bar feels a presence in the room. He points the camera at him to see if there's anything lurking or anything out of the ordinary when he captures this featureless figure just lurking behind him. What would you have done in his place, and have you ever encountered such a thing?
I would have left him because his responses are slow. He'd have been left.
Well, this is it for now, but we do have more videos.
Yeah, so that's the end. But shout out to That's Impossible. Shout out to them for always having dope videos that they find throughout the internet and hit 1 million subscribers. Shout out to them for that. So go make sure y'all continue to run their channel up. And yeah, man, let me know about some of this mind-blowing stuff you've seen, man. I'm telling you, the pyramids, definitely, if y'all have any any vacation advice for somebody going to see the pyramids, let me know. Let me know. I don't know how I'm gonna get there though, because I don't like flying, so I'm gonna figure it out. But y'all get at me in the comment section, let me know what you think, and stick around and stay tuned, man. Until the next reaction, I'm gone. Peace.
When it comes to new coupe, this the new one. Had to cut that bitch out, got a new chain, new watch, new bells.
So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy LN. Back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute. Now, who say L don't do the long videos, bro? Huh? Who been saying that? Nobody, right? All right, then. Let's keep it that way. All right? Yeah. But shout outs to that chapter, man. Today's video from them, you know they be having like the craziest videos. Is the case of Bardstown, Kentucky. Apparently, there's been several different cases going on down there for several years that are just like mind-blowing, like baffling, to the point to where, you know what I mean? It's got people just scratching their head on what's going on down there. And I think they said in the description it's been taking place since 2013. That's just based off the description. But that chapter is going to break it down. So we here for it, all right? So if you're new to the channel, man, hit the subscribe button, join the fam, and moment of silence for the haters. That's enough. Run the likes up, baby. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Let's go.
welcome. My name is Mike, and in this whole video, we're going somewhere. That somewhere is Bardstown, Kentucky. Now, this is a story I talked about it a couple of years ago, but it's one I barely scratched the surface of. I want to do a proper deep dive on this story because you know what it is? It's full of guano, lads, let me tell you. From 2013 to 2016, every year something happens. But what are the links? Well, they're all unsolved, you know, which is a bit like, alright, here lads, come on, wake up, wakey time. So we don't actually know, but what we do know is that there is something ugly in the most beautiful small town in America, according to Rand McNally in USA Today. So let's get into it. Now. So let's go back and begin when and where this all began. Get out the banjo because it's on the Bluegrass Parkway, 2013. The Bluegrass Parkway runs from Elizabethtown to Lexington, Kentucky, and right smack dab in the middle lies Bardstown. Bardstown is all about the bourbon, sipping the good stuff, you know yourself. In fact, pretty much all of the things to do in Bardstown revolve around bourbon. I wonder if the most beautiful small town, the voters are fucking hammered. In fact, our story begins about a year after it won that coveted title when Officer Jason Ellis was heading home on the 25th of May, 2013. Jason Ellis was 33 years old. He'd been a member of the Bardstown Police Department for 7 years. He was like a Top Gun officer guy. He had won awards, was Officer of the Year in 2008, and he was the police department's only K-9 officer. Had been for 5 years at this point. That day was fairly routine, tickety-boo, you know, no major kerfuffles or anything like that, and he'd be finishing after midnight. He finished up his shift at 1:59 a.m. after one final rest when the guy became disorderly. It's bourbon. What do you expect? And Jason signed off and began the drive home without beloved Figo, the service dog. He was driving in a pool car. He was heading along the Bluegrass Parkway to get home. And as he slowed on his approach to exit 34, he began to follow the circular ramp. As he drove up, his headlight illuminated something in the middle of the road. What it was cut tree limbs blocking the road. He pulled over, turned on the overhead lights to warn anyone following him up the ramp, and then popped out to clear the tree limbs. Maybe it was just kids or something, you know, but this could have caused a serious accident. It wasn't kids. It was there for him. As he picked up the tree limbs, branches and had some in his arm, several shotgun blasts rang out from the bushes in the darkness.
What type of setup trap is that? Note to self, I won't be pulling over to move nothing out the road now on. I'm driving over everything.
Jason was struck multiple times. The arm, the head, the face. He didn't have a chance. He didn't have time to grab his own weapon. About 5 minutes later, someone else took the same exit and the police were alerted.
Hello? Officer down, Bluefield Road. Officer down. You need to give us a location. Bluefield Road, by the way. There's been a tree limb or something. Officer down, please emergency.
The police car is sitting in the middle of the road with the lights on, and we didn't know what it was. It's a tree across the road, and I didn't know what it was, and I got out and I went up there and looked, and it's him. I believe somebody's hit him.
And there are some brave people too, but they also didn't know up until they got up on them. Who's to say the person didn't stick around to kill anybody that came up as well to assist them? Like, that's even scarier.
Jason Ellis, who was married with 2 kids, had been killed instantly. His murder was it was a big deal. He was the first officer of the Bardstown Police Department ever killed in the line of duty, and he'd been ambushed. It's believed the shooter was waiting for him on the hill overlooking the road, and was waiting for him specifically. This was someone that knew his route.
Someone planned this. Someone planned this, and someone planned to shoot somebody at that spot, at that location, at that time.
It makes you mad. It's an eye for an eye. You kill one of my guys, I'm not going to rest till I have you in cuffs or on the front side of a weapon, and I mean that.
That's one of the realest interviews you'll ever see right there, and I respect it. You know why I respect it, bro? You don't even need to know why I respect it. Just know that's real. Because any one of us put in that type of situation would have felt the same way, and he said it live on TV and stood by it. I respect it, and I still gave you the reason why.
Like, even the tree that blocked the road, that was, like, the tree wasn't indigenous to the area. Somebody cut the tree up and brought it there. This was, like, meticulously planned by someone who knew his route home and exactly what time he'd be taking it at, you know. But who or whom? I don't know. So why? Well, I mean, again, theories, but it's largely, well, it's thought that there was probably more than one person involved that night. The medical examiner said some wounds were from a distant range, others from an intermediate. But then again, it could have been, you know, one shooter advancing. There have never really been any strong leads that we know of anyway. Jason, he had no secrets. Well, then again, we wouldn't know if he did. But he wasn't involved in, like, anything that you would imagine someone who would end up facing the business end of a shotgun would be involved. He was clean. He was squeaky clean. He, you know, he had no, dark ties or anything like that. He was just a regular guy, a bit of a goopster that liked to turn up the giggle meter. But Jason was involved, you know, in drug enforcement. He was the sole canine officer in that police department, so... well, you can see why some people would want him gone. Some pointed towards the BMG, that's the Bardstown Money Gang, who trafficked drugs, though others think they're, you know, they're kids who wanted to look hard and actually wanted the credit, you know, for being cop killers. One thing is that the words "a degree of tactical precision" were used, which is like not someone, you know, popping off shots. We're talking military or police training. Probably more than one, possibly someone he knew. I mean, they must have known him if they knew his route, or knew somebody who knew him. The Kentucky State Police would take over the investigation, and over the years, a reward of $200,000 would be offered for information, but it wouldn't be taken.
In the early morning hours of May 25th, 2013.
That said something to me when he said that the Kentucky State Police had to come in and take in, because the ones closest to him that probably worked at the department, they probably needed to be removed because of emotions. You know what I mean? That was one of your own. So you gonna go out there with Wild Bill style. First thing you think is gonna catch the business.
Officer Jason Ellis, a 7-year veteran of the Bardstown Police Department, having just completed his shift, was returning home to his wife and 2 children. If you have any information in regard to the events on or leading up to the night of May 25th involving the murder of Officer Jason Ellis, please contact the Kentucky State Police Post 4 at area code 270-766-50.
There were tips, but none ever really panned out, or even seemed, you know, too plausible. It just didn't make sense. So that takes us to about 1 year later, when sense becomes like a distant memory. Because, you know, you can see why somebody might want a cop killed, especially, you know, a drug cop, right? There you can see there's reasons behind that. You can see the logic. Hard to see the logic for this one.
But think about it, y'all. Like, what would be the motive? Like, I'm really gonna dig into this one. You know what I mean? So, but what would be, like, the only thing I could see is, yes, because he is a drug cop with a dog. So maybe that route. Or, like, that was just so brutal that I hope he didn't have like another family, or he was having an affair or something like that. You know what I mean? And maybe been messing around with somebody's wife, maybe somebody who was in the military. He came home, he found out, felt like he didn't have nothing to lose, and then shot him. Those are the two things that popped into my mind.
Anyway, say hi, Mommy. She's rubbing in the camera. I hope you can hear her purr. You're not getting my food. Now lay down. Lay down.
Apparently someone's bigger.
In April 2014, a school teacher and her 16-year-old daughter would have the same fate as Jason Ellis. 48-year-old Kathy Netherland and her daughter lived just outside the city limits of Bardstown. And on the 22nd of April, they both failed to show up for school. Kathy Netherland was a special education teacher at Bardstown Elementary School. She had two daughters, Holly, who was a couple years older than Samantha, and was in college. And, her other daughter was Samantha. Kathy's husband, Bob, died less than a year prior from cancer in July 2013. If Jason Ellis was clean, then Kathy and Samantha were squeaky. There's no reason why anybody would want a special education teacher and a high school student brutally murdered. There's no reason for them to be targeted in the way that they were. Kathy was a beloved teacher in school. Samantha, a popular, student, top of her class, and had just been accepted into Gatton Academy, a college entrance program. After both Kathy and Samantha failed to show up to their schools, that's Bardstown Elementary and Bardstown High, people tried to call them to no avail, so they eventually contacted Kathy's dad, who, lived in town. He popped over to their house. When he arrived, he saw Kathy's car in the driveway, and upon entering the house,
Kentucky State Police have officially ruled the deaths of the Nelson County mother and daughter as homicides.
Autopsies were performed today on Kathy and Samantha Netherland, but investigators are not saying how they died.
Kathy had been shot several times. Samantha had been cruelly beaten in the head. Both had their throats cut. A real violent scene. Gruesome end with more of the violence apparently being directed towards Samantha for whatever reason. It's believed the attack happened the night before, around 8 p.m. as darkness fell. Both were in separate rooms when this occurred, so there was probably more than one attacker, and it probably took place over the course of about 10 minutes. Pretty quick. It didn't seem like anything had been stolen or was missing, so, not a burglary gone wrong or something like that. So the why, that's pretty unexplainable. Was it like a random attack? That's what most people were thinking. I mean, there's some rumors that it was like a gang initiation or something. It had to do just to prove they were like tough guys, which just seems more like an urban legend than based on any fact. The only lead thing the police have released to the public, in this instance is a car. They released this picture to the public. It was caught on surveillance leaving the area not long after the attack was believed to have occurred. They never found the car though.
I'd like to thank the Kentucky State Police and all law enforcement working on this investigation. They have worked tirelessly to find Kathy and Samantha's killer or killers. But with all of the days of support and hard work, the reality is that a murderer walks free, possibly on the same streets as you.
Obviously, everybody knows that Nelson County's had a rough year. We would like to be able to solve this murder as soon as we possibly can, just for the well-being of the people over there, as well as the family and anybody that cared about the Netherlands. So.
One piece of information that got a lot of attention was a post Kathy put on Facebook about 4 months prior. That's this. Earlier this afternoon, we heard a noise. I thought one of our 2 cats had knocked something over. We didn't find anything disturbed, so we thought it was nothing. Boy, were we wrong. A little while ago, Holly opens our front door to go outside to pick up the mail, and finds both glass panes in our screen door shattered. We have taken pics, and I have carefully removed loose pieces of glass and the glass frames. All the shattered glass pieces have been swept up off the front porch. Guess I'll be heading to Lowe's tomorrow to find replacements. Crazy how unexpected events happen. How right you are. That to people seem very suspicious, like someone may have been stalking them, watching them, or perhaps even testing, to see how they would react. Kathy at the time didn't think much of it, but if it was related, nobody knows. Probably just like a weird coinkydink. Well, yeah, weird. Now, at this point...
Please make sure y'all got your doors locked and your windows locked while watching this video, man. And for now, stay out of Bardstown, Kentucky. Sheesh.
And I guess I should mention, there was some speculation that the other daughter, Holly, was involved. She wasn't. She was 2 hours away in university. It's quite a kind of an insulting rumor that went around. She always cooperated fully with the police, as I don't even understand why. Maybe as if like an insurance fraud or something. It's not that kind of case. But anyway, I just figured I should mention it. A lot of information about this case, it hasn't been released. The police kept it, pretty close to their chest. But it seems, more than likely quite like Jason Ellis's. Not going anywhere fast. A reward of $50,000 has been offered for information leading to an arrest. The bulk of that actually made up of Holly Netherland's inheritance. So that takes us to probably what's like the most famous case to come out of Bardstown around this time. It's the disappearance of Crystal Rogers. Almost exactly 1 year separates every incident. It's like just when you think things, are kind of quietening down, something happens. Because that's what happened.
Gives you that small town feel, bro. Just the pictures, video views of it. It like everybody knows everybody. Yeah, how your mama them? Yeah, yeah. Hadn't seen you since you were all that type of stuff like that, man. Oh, I grew up with your dad. We used to run up the hill. All that. You know what I mean? Like, it gives off that vibe so much here.
On the 5th of July 2015, Crystal Rogers' car was found abandoned along, you guessed it, the Bluegrass Parkway. The keys were still inside, along with her uncharged cell phone, purse, and all that. One tire was flat, but no sign of Crystal, and hasn't been since. Crystal Rogers was the mother of 5, 35 years old in 2015. She was a local, had been in a few different relationships, and married before she ended up with Brooks Hauk. Crystal would have one child with him. They had started dating after she rented a place from him. Brooks was a polite, mannerly fella, and he'd owned a number of properties in the area. His family were doing well enough. He in fact actually ran unsuccessfully for sheriff in 2014.
My name is Brooks Hauk, and I look forward to becoming your next Nelson County Sheriff. I'm a proud native of Nelson County, and my family and I are excited about what the future holds for our community.
In the beginning, Crystal and Brooks, they got along like a house on fire, living together, great time raising kids. Crystal would actually work for him managing properties and doing rent collection and so on and so forth. But over the years, things started to sour, as they do between Crystal and Brooks. And Crystal's parents, Tommy and Sherry Ballard, did not think too highly of him. It seemed their relationship started to become stressed, fractured. Crystal mentioned that she might want to leave Brooks. And this all takes us to the weekend of the 4th of July, 2014. Now, Crystal was very close with her parents. And so when they couldn't get, true to her all that weekend, that's what raised, suspicions. So they kept trying to, get true to her, and other family members, did as well. Everybody was trying to get true to her. And when they couldn't, they eventually got in touch with Brooks. Brooks told them that she's just gone. She's gone. I don't know where she's gone. She left me. That old one. He said she upped and left in the middle of the night, leaving the kids with him. That was a bit like, yeah, alright, try again. Because she would never leave her kids. Ever. That was on the 5th of July, the same day Crystal's mother reported her missing.
Finally! We finally see a reward offered. I've been waiting to see that for a long time. You know what I mean? You want some of these cases solved, start putting some big money out there. Hopefully that'll bring somebody in. That's one of the, that's to me, a really good tactic, bro. I was waiting for that for the other 2 cases.
And also that same day, her car was found along the Bluegrass Parkway. Her family immediately began searching the area even before the police did. Interestingly, when the police did get out there, and, you know, we're having a go, the police dogs found no sense of Crystal at all.
The family of a Bardstown woman reported missing on Sunday is searching sunshine through the rain. Many members of Rogers' family are searching numerous locations in Nelson County looking for her.
We were down there in the rain and everything. It's muddy, it's nasty, but any tip we can get where to look, we're just pulling straws as to where to go. We'll go anywhere. Anybody has any leads, anything, just call us, you know, and we'll be there. But she's got little kids, you know, and they miss their mama.
The police immediately zoned in on Brooks Hauk, who, you know, weird, didn't take part in the searches at all either. Now, Brooks Hauk has a brother, Nick Hauk, who was a member of the Bardstown Police Department, and he had been on the same shift as Jason Ellis. He wasn't too interested in these searches either. The last, well, that we know of, is that on the 3rd of July, Crystal texted a friend saying she was happy that she would have some alone time with Brooks. She had gotten a babysitter. The last she was seen was on CCTV in the local supermarket. So Brooks' story, right, is that the last he's seen of Crystal is that on the 3rd of July, they went out to his family farm. And the pair of them went out there with their 2-year-old son, Eli, to, you know, go have a bit of a wander, feed the cows. You know, walk through the fields, enjoy the smell of cow shit. Now, it was apparently lashing rain that weekend. Crystal's mother said there'd be no way in hell Crystal would be out in the middle of a field, in the middle of the pouring rain, especially not with a 2-year-old kid. Then, Brooks said, they went home, he fell asleep, last he saw she was, you know, playing games on her phone, and when he awoke, she was gone. Brooks was then interviewed.
That makes sense to any of y'all? No. Not majority of the time. A mom isn't gonna roll out and not tell somebody where she's going, her husband where she's going like that. Come on, man. In the middle of the night, you know nothing, and then you wake up, don't say nothing, you don't participate in the searches. Yeah, everything's pointed at you, bruh.
By the police and questioned, you know, about this on the 8th of July.
So we're hearing tons and tons of rumors, right? All right. And I know Bardstown is the rumor mill of the world, but in a case like this, you know, should it turn into a homicide investigation, any question that I didn't ask doesn't get asked. Does that make sense?
I don't understand what you're saying, but...
Well, if I don't ask you, then somebody's going to ask me why I didn't ask you later. You see what I'm saying? Sure. So when I ask you a question, it's not to be offensive, it's to get the question cleared up so that we can move on to another.
I understand. Yeah, I'll help however I can.
Have you and Crystal ever talked about breaking up?
I mean, obviously we have fought just like any other couple, but in the last several years, I mean, that it's came up, but we've always found ourselves together moving forward.
Well, the reason I ask is because there are some people that she's associated with that are telling us that she had made some tentative plans to leave.
Well, that's news to me.
There, on the phone records, there appears to be a phone call around midnight. It was a pretty short phone conversation, is the only reason I asked. Kind of unusual to get a 13-second phone conversation at midnight. You know, it is for me. It may not be for you. But
yeah, look, I don't remember
that.
I
remember getting a phone call and wait on. So you go to bed, she stays up. What's she doing?
She's just on her phone.
And so when you wake up, he's there, but Crystal's not.
She's not.
Okay. And so did you...
Wow. Like, his calmness right now is crazy to me. Are y'all paying attention? Like, I be looking at mannerisms. I'm looking at facial expression. I'm looking at everything. And I'm like, you know what? This dude is way too calm. And then how you don't remember a 12 o'clock in the morning phone call? I don't care who you are. That's hard to forget.
Did you try to call her, or?
Yes, I noticed that she wasn't there. I didn't know exactly what to think. I don't know what time I called her. Yes, I called her that morning.
If I woke up on a Saturday morning and my wife wasn't with me in the bed, as is normal, which might not be normal for you, I don't know, but for me, it would be normal, particularly if my wife's a late sleeper, which mine is as well on Saturdays, for her to be there in the bed when I get up. So if she were not, probably the first thing I would do would be to call her to find out where she was.
But what you're not aware, what you're missing is a lot of times that her and Brooke, her sister, or Sabrina, a lot of these girls that they do all these, they go out and do stuff. Sometimes they do these, this is going to be embarrassing for me to talk to you about, but I'm wanting to get everything cleared up as quickly as I can. They do these fantasy parties. All these girls get together. They talk about and do whatever. And it's not uncommon for them, when they go out and party, they stay out the better part of the night, if not the whole night. So, and of course, I always have the children, there. Now, they don't take the kids to that. Matter of fact, I take care of some of their other children while they're the ones going. I'm a man, don't get me wrong. Understand that, a white-blooded American male. And there's no sense, I'm not telling you anything different, but they do all these parties and order all this stuff. Well, who gets the kids? I'm good enough.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with a good. Listen. Adults, I'm gonna be honest, candid. These women that go to these passion parties, bro. If your wife is going to a passion party, 9 times out of 10, you're reaping the benefits from it. So you're excited that she's going because you know you're gonna reap the benefits from it more than likely. So you acting like, they just go, I keep the kids and they stay out all night. What? If my wife go to a passion party and she stay out all night, then somebody else is reaping the benefits of her going to that passion party. And I'm going to be, listen, bro, it's going to be some problems. You know what I'm saying? So right here, this whole, what he talking about, I don't believe none of it at all.
To get the kids for all this, and I'm a good enough person to do that. And then when everyone sees a little bit of distress, they're going to throw me under the bus. It bothers me because not only have I been a victim, I can't even, my mind's not even where it should be. I want to keep the main focus and emphasis on bringing her back safely and as quickly as possible.
In the middle of the interview, of course, Brooks gets a call. A call from who? A call from his brother, Nick. Nick the cop. This call, just listen, it seems so scripted, it's kind of funny.
Well, okay, so I guess where I go from here, we're still getting video from different places, along that route. Can I get this? Sure, please. Hello? No. I'm up here. I know that you didn't know. I'm up here in this interview with the Detective Snow. I've been up here a good little while.
Did he just turn the volume down on it? Did anybody notice that? Because at first you could kind of hear, when somebody has their volume up high on their phone, you can kind of hear the conversation taking place. Looked like he just turned the volume down so the detective couldn't hear it.
Are you telling me that's what I need to do? I know that, but the way that I look at it is I'm innocent, I ain't done nothing wrong. Well, I know you told me innocent people have got jammed up, but if you're telling me to leave, I'll get up and leave. If you want me to, I know I'm going through a lot, but I'm trying to get this guy to help me. I don't think she's ran off with some other guy. I don't believe that. You can't make me think that. No. I'll do exactly what you're telling me to do. Right now, you want me to get up and leave? Man, I don't think these guys. I don't think these people are probably vindictive just to skin me for no reason. Maybe this is not their family. This is not. All right, thank you. He thinks y'all real buggers, what he thinks.
I don't know who he is.
Nick, my brother. No, I know that, but I'm not. He just said just to keep sitting up, just to give a statement, do an interview, whatever I got to do it. But he said, Herb, just to keep letting them just beat you to death over this right here. Just ask what you got to ask and let, you know.
My job is to find her, whether I find her hopefully alive and well and safe somewhere or not. My job is to find her. If I don't find her alive and well, my job is to prosecute the person who did something.
That's right.